Looks like it. Those are all wired.
Make love to the camera. That was where it all went wrong, inventing the image to come on.
I want to get to the pub, hurry up. Hello! No! Smile, everyone. Oh. Good morning, state of the browser. I'm not going to do that thing where you're sort of like, you weren't loud enough, scream again. But so, you have to put up with me for a little bit first. I'm sorry about that, but I have to tell you some stuff. No heckling, please. So, bear in mind, we don't know what's going on around us. Please be quiet during all of the talks because people may not be able to hear very well. So please don't talk whilst the speakers are talking. If you want to ask questions, we have platforms to be able to do that. So welcome to State of the Browser 2024. Thank you all for getting up on a Saturday morning, especially if you've been at the pub until 12 at the night again. Who has been here before? Oh, right, okay. So why didn't you all buy your tickets when they went on sale in February? Because it's stressful as hell. And I speak for all organisers here today. Who hasn't been here before? Wow, that's loads of people too. So before we go any further, I've got to do a little bit of housekeeping. So we have stickers. If somebody's wearing a red sticker like so, then please respect that. They want a distance from other people because it hasn't gone away. Doesn't matter what the media tells you, it has not gone away. If somebody is wearing a blue sticker, then it means, please come and talk to me. I might be on my own, or I want to make friends. And if somebody's got a yellow sticker, please don't take photos of them because not everybody is a model like some of us. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is here, make the event comfortable for everybody. If somebody doesn't want to talk to you, respect that. If somebody wants to talk to you and they look lonely, help them out, please. Okay, so there is no fire alarm planned that I have been told about. So I'm just assuming there is no fire alarm planned. If the fire alarm goes off, we need to leave. Fortunately, we have standards in this world. And there is this green sign. If you find that, that's the way to go. Standards. They're fucking awesome. Excuse my language, but it's going to happen. Yeah, if you need help, there is Barbican staff that will help you and point you in the right direction as well. Go. Toilets. The toilets are around. There are more toilets downstairs near the reception area where you've got your lanyards and all of that, so that's all good. Because other people are watching this, we have set up Discord. So, and it's a great way for you to interact with the speakers as well. So we've got channels for every single one of the speakers. The sponsors have started putting in special offers that they're offering discounts on pieces of software and things like that. So please do join the Discord. We've got some more information about that. If you don't see all of those names, you can go to the top and say channels and roles and say, yes, I'm an attendee, and it will automatically sort that out for you. Then we have some interesting, I'm not keeping up, some interesting channels. So the top one, just if you want to chat about today, anything like that. If you want to talk about a specific talk, then go to the speakers channel to talk about that. We have a channel for personal websites. So if you've built a website, share it with us. And there's already quite a listing there, so that's cool. If you are looking for a job, we have a jobs channel. So just say, hey, I'm looking. If you're hiring, share in there as well, and we can hopefully help those people get together. Oh, look at that, tall people in front of cameras. If you need any help today, look for somebody wearing a red t-shirt like mine, or go to the help channel. So I don't know why you might need any help, but there may be reasons. And then we have channels for every single one of the speakers. Cool. So if you need help today, look for this red t-shirt. There is one here, and there are others dotted around, and they're probably all sat right registration, and Hannah's at the back over there as well. So if you need any help. Accessibility and inclusion is absolutely key to everything that we do. You'll probably get that if you've been to any of our events before. I should read my notes here. Live captions are happening. There you go. This is by a lady in America, Midwest America in Ohio. Diane. Wave to Diane, everybody. There we go. So thank you, Diane, for getting up at stupid o'clock in the morning. I think when she woke up this morning, it was 3 o'clock, and we were just going to bed about then, I think. But anyway, so all of the videos will be captioned after the event. If you need to follow along the captions now, there is a link on our website. Just click the View Captions button, and you can see that, or have a look at the screen if you're here in person. But when we publish all the videos, they will all be captioned, and there will be a transcript on every single page for each of the speakers as well. So, if you're going to share anything on social media, don't use the horrible one if you can't. But use hashtags. And when you're using hashtags, Capitalize the first letter of each word because screen readers will read those out properly rather than try to make a new word from the random characters you've just typed in. So try and make it as accessible as this one here says. This hashtag is accessible. So we're on Blue Sky and we're on Mastodon. We're in other places, but we don't promote that anymore. So this event does not happen at the price that you paid for your tickets without sponsors. So first of all, we've got 20i. If you've noticed on your chairs, there is a voucher for some discounts off, and they do hosting, and they're based in the UK, which will help with loads and loads of different GDPR things and stuff like that. And they're specialists in doing WordPress hosting. So check them out, and they're pretty cheap as well. So have a look at their website. There are some discount codes for you to take away, and they will, I think they're going to post into the Discord as well. So check them out. Then we have Google developers. Paul has kindly given us some money again to help us put this, and that money came into my bank account yesterday morning, so I was quite pleased about that. So thank you, Paul, if you're watching. They do some great work. They create great content. They've got a great team of people that create stuff on social media, and I'm sure that loads of people in this room already know quite a lot of those people. So I'm not going to name any people because I'll miss somebody out, and that's not fair. So, but check out the content that they create. Then we have a bunch of there we go. No particular order other than alphabetical, because then I don't have to decide which sponsor is better than the other, because there is no better sponsors. So be inclusive. Steve is over here somewhere. He's sat there. I have a chat with Steve during the break. We have Interledger Foundation or Web Monetize. PPK's over here at the front. Talk to him during the breaks and things like that. Phil is not here because he's gone drinking with his mates instead. So he's not here from Netlify, and you probably know that he's leaving at the end of their conference. He's going to walk out and drop the mic because he's comparing their conference and then leaving. But I didn't tell you that. And then we have Tetralogical. So Steve. You can make it cheap for people to attend, but we make it cheap for people to sponsor our event. So most events, when you look at sponsorship packages, it's all like £10,000. It's all like, yeah, we don't even come anywhere close to that. These people all gave us £300, which meant we could do all sorts of different things, such as captioning, giving free tickets away. We've given over 40 free tickets away on our diversity scheme today. So we have Bluefly Digital, which is Alex. He's somewhere in the room. Have a chat. There he is. He's waving. Measured. They've come from Brighton, right? And they just updated their logo, which is nice. Is Paul here? Paul's there. He's got a green T-shirt on. Talk to Paul during the break. He says he wants to talk about weather. So talk to him about the weather because he's proper British and everything. We've then got Open Ideas. Terence is over there at the front. Talk to him about open source stuff and solar panels on his roof. And yeah, he'll proper geek out and then write a blog post about it because he's the most prolific blogger in the world, I believe. Then we have Polypane. Polypane is, Killian's not here today, but it's a developer's browser and it is the nuts. Just check it out. It's awesome. Set Studio, run by Andy Bell, the one from Erasure. He's not here today. Then we have Sanity. It wasn't Sanity. It was called Begin. And Simon, are you here? Yeah, Simon, he sold his company. So well done on that. That's amazing news. I hope they gave you loads of money. But Sanity are now sponsoring us. TPGI, Ian, you there? Again, an accessibility agency. Talk to Ian during the breaks. Bruce is here. And he joined Vivaldi. It was hilarious. Within 5 seconds of him posting, I've got a new job. I'd sent him an email, and he was sending me an email at the back at the same time saying, can we sponsor you? So it was awesome. Thank you, Bruce. And then we have here in the Hive, and I don't think Dan's here. Is Dan? No. Dan Donald, he does loads of great work with design systems. So thank you to Dan. Anyway, that's quite a lot of thank yous. We'll get on. So, we also have some publicists, because we are not a massive marketing agency. It was just me and a couple of other people, and we don't pay a lot of money to places like MailChimp so that we can email you every single day. So we work with other people to help publicize our own events and tools. So we have ArrayChat, which is a Discord server run by Andy Bell. We have Beyond Tellerrand. Is Mark here? No Mark. We're FFConf. Remy's sat there and talked to him about FFConf during the breaks. Go Make Things, which is Chris, who spoke last year. He runs JavaScript courses, vanilla JavaScript courses. He hates React, and it's brilliant. Josh is here somewhere. All Day Hey. WebDevConf, again, Alex. Alex loves our event. He keeps doing everything for us. And Oliver, are you here, Oliver? Oliver's here as well at the back. So talk to all of these people during the breaks. We might talk about them again in a little while. So, I hope I'm not talking too fast for Diane. Schedule. stateofthebrowser.com/schedule. There's a little QR code on the back of your thing. Scan that, modern stuff. Then we have the other web page on, come on, work. Lunch. So at a certain point today, we'll stop and we'll have lunch. If you go to /lunch on the website, there is all the suggestions of different places to go and eat, and they're in a list of how close they are to this place. So we will give you some snacks and stuff during the breaks, but lunchtime, go forage, find new friends, all of that. So, that's all of my housekeeping. That slide's not updated. Right. So, the 8th of March, 1978, a man called Douglas Adams invented Wikipedia and the smartphone. Future People did not take on his awesome name. He created a radio series, a towel, a book, a TV show, a video game. The video game is amazing, called Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Who is so young in this audience, they have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, yes, Remy, yes. So, I've got this book here. This book is my Bible. This book is my Bible, and I have brought 4 copies of this book, and I've written a little note inside each one. So if you want a copy of this book, come and find me at the pub later, and I shall give you one. This one's for you. So, first up, I'm absolutely amazed and stunned that Stephanie is here because of lots of things, but I met Stephanie online. Well, I found out I met her in 2017 at a Firefox event, but she changed her name since then, and it's confused me. But during the bad times, this tweet came out and it says, "Oh, I miss standing on a stage talking." So I sent a message back saying, "Can't afford to pay for you to come or give you any money, but come and stand on my stage." And she came along, which was awesome. And that was in 2021, yeah. And off the back of that, what happened is, so before I get into that, today I'm going to promote lots of different events. So, much like our friend Phil, who does pairings, he pairs biscuits with talks, I'm pairing conferences with speakers. So, off the back of Stephanie coming to State of the Browser in 21, our friend Josh over there booked her to come and speak at All Day Hey. So, All Day Hey is a single track conference for developers, designers. Talk to Josh about it. It's in Leeds, and it's on the 1st of May next year. Tickets are not available yet, are they? But they will be soon. But you can go to the website and you can sign up for newsletters like so. So, when that happened, Stephanie met a guy called Jay. That's right, isn't it? At that conference. And then, time passed and everything like that, and they got married. But not only did they get married, they got married a year ago today. So, happy anniversary. And I'm just shocked that you didn't just send me a message saying, oh, forgot, it's my wedding anniversary. But it's all right, Jay's gone to play football, so we get Stephanie for the morning. She's not staying around all day, so if you want to chat with her, make sure you do that at the first break, because she's going to be disappearing at lunchtime. But thank you so much for coming and speaking at our event. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Dave. I'm really excited to be here. I love this event. My name's Stephanie. I'm currently a web platform PM at Igalia, which is an open source consultancy. If you've never heard of Igalia, you may still know our work because we are the reason that CSS Grid exists in its form today. And more recently, we shipped the Has CSS pseudo class. Among many other types of work, we're the people that you hire to build browser features when the browser vendors don't have resources. So like Dave said, I told him I'd like to speak at State of the Browser this year, and I didn't realize it was my anniversary. So Dave graciously said, you can take the first spot of the day so that I can head back home after. But I think what I'm going to talk about today, starting with resources, stability, and the sustainability of the web ecosystem is a good way to set the tone of the day. This conference is called State of the Browser, and I think it's time more of us are aware of what is happening in the web platform ecosystem so that we can begin to enact change from the ground level up, because without the browser, none of us would be in this room today. So to start, I want you to imagine an ecosystem that provides a resource that is capable of generating massive amounts of wealth. People are constantly seeking this resource because of both the wealth it can provide and help create, and its beneficial properties to humans. It generates tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, and enriches those who control it. And instead of pouring the profits back into the ecosystem and into the infrastructure of this place where great wealth comes from, it instead goes back on to fund other things and make corporations richer. Now, some of you might be wondering, why is she giving us a high-level overview of Dune? And what does that have to do with the web platform? And in case you are not familiar with the Dune plot, there is a substance and a resource called spice, and that formed an essential block of commerce and technological development in the known universe in that story. So they say that he who controls the spice controls the universe, but I'm not talking about spice, obviously. I'm talking about browsers and access to information. He who controls the browser controls the universe. And I don't think this is such a wild statement. We live in the information age, and the subperiod of that is the internet age. Information is the spice of our world, and our access to a seemingly never-ending supply of information is gatekept through browsers. And they have become critical infrastructure to life as we know it. And they're extremely complex and expensive to maintain and keep healthy. There are over 5 billion internet users every single day. and that's 67% of the global population. And they use browsers, which are free, to do so. Now this happens thanks to search royalties that fund browsers, kind of like an unofficial tax. It makes sense to use search for this because search engines get most of their value from the web, so paying back should help to keep the web thriving. But this creates a system and a cycle that has many problems. It pays for browsers, not browser engines. The process to get a cut of funding is super unclear. How do smaller browsers and search engines get a seat at the table? Ad and search revenue does not all go back into web infrastructure. I used to work on the Microsoft Edge team. The revenue from Bing was not coming back to our team, I can tell you that. There's also legal and regulatory pressure on the system. And then the somewhat horrifying reality is that our primary browsers are owned by large corporations. Now, why is that horrifying? Well, the overthinker and the anxious person in me likes to ask big questions. So, when I was looking at what it means for a corporation to own something, my intrusive thoughts asked, what happens if those corporations disappear? Are we prepared to let big tech be too big to fail? So what happens if corporations disappear or even broken up or split up? If we look at the Chromium project, it's open source. But who do you think does the primary maintenance of that browser engine? Google does. The overwhelmingly large amount of commits comes from Google every year. But when we look at how many browsers that we have just based on Chromium, they are only providing a fraction of the work that Google is to maintain Chromium. That's a lot of browsers, depending on Google, to just keep maintenance going. So what happens, worst case scenario, if Google disappears? Now, when I first gave this talk 3 months ago, I used Google as an extreme example, not knowing that this antitrust case was coming, but I guess joke's on me, so oops, sorry for manifesting this. But search and ad revenue is so lucrative that Google has been paying for exclusive search placements in browsers, and a judge deemed that they hold a monopoly in this space. Google pays about $500 million to Mozilla, which is damn near their operating budget, just for search placement in Firefox. And they pay $20 billion to Apple. $20 billion for search placement. And if my quick search online is to be believed, Apple's projected revenue for 2024 is about $425 billion. So if Google doesn't pay them that $20 billion for search placement, Apple is still left with $405 billion. An absolutely gross amount, quite frankly. So they lose just under 5% of their revenue if Google is ordered that they cannot pay for search placement. But Google, if they were not able to pay just Apple for that search placement, would lose an estimated 65% of their revenue. And I don't think we're prepared for the tidal wave of technological stagnation that would come our way and ripple through the ecosystem. If Apple doesn't get its $20 billion from Google, big whatever. But Mozilla's existence, as far as we know, is currently being propped up by this funding from Google. So the ramifications of Google not being able to pay for search placement could bring browser engine diversity into an even more precarious position. And you might say, hold up, Steph, you said it's open source. It's not going to disappear. Even my husband, while we were talking about this, said it's open source. Chromium is open source. It will live on. But just because something is open source doesn't mean it has the foundations to remain a stable and viable option. Being open source doesn't solve anything when cracks in the open source system are starting to show, as has already been reported. Google had 105,000 commits out of 110,000 total last year. Who is going to be paying for the very large void that would be left if Google disappeared? Open source needs sustainable funding, which it doesn't have. And the web ecosystem doesn't have a sustainable system in place to keep it going in its current form. Our current digital infrastructure is dependent on a system that is designed to take and take and take from what already exists without contributing back an amount that ensures the future is stable, effectively strip mining the digital web ecosystem. So what is the current system of funding for browser engines? So we have a company with a web engine and a browser on top of that web engine. And they have a search engine to access information, aka our Spice. And when you search, you are overwhelmed with ads. And those ads bring in billions of dollars to the point that we've just discussed, that some companies with browsers pay other companies with browsers to use their search engine in a competing browser. So the company gets their money, and ideally you'd think there would be a nice split where a lot of money goes back to the company, but a good chunk of it also goes back into making the web engine better. But in reality, that web engine is getting a trickle of the money from the search revenue that only exists because of the web engine. Here's a great example of how much browsers want you to search on their search engine. Did you know that Microsoft Edge will pay you to use Bing? They have gamified their search engine, so you accumulate points that you can then redeem for things. I'm not sure how it works in the UK, but in the US, I could get Starbucks gift cards, I could get Amazon gift cards, Xbox. I could even donate my points to charity if I was feeling very generous. The point is, though, they're paying to keep you on Bing, to keep you searching in Bing. Now, the other aspect of this cycle of funding is that the company that owns the browser is going to push for features that benefit their company to be prioritized over the greater web development community's wants and needs. So they also steer the direction of the platform and the ecosystem because they need it to improve their products and to retain customers and continue the cycle of funding. So hopefully with the briefest of overviews, we can agree that the system to fund the web is currently broken. It's not sustainable. So how do we even go about beginning to fix this? It's going to be hard, because how do you get people to care about a problem that doesn't seem to be affecting them right this moment? This isn't going to be solved today or tomorrow or even next week. But the goal of today is to start the conversation now, because it's less catastrophic to fix things before the system entirely collapses. And you might be thinking, Steph, okay, you're sounding a little bit like a doomer when it comes to the internet and access to the web, talking about collapse and catastrophe. But am I really? It's very hard to go throughout my day without relying on access to the web. I use the web for everything, from accessing my account information for my bank. My job at Igalia wouldn't even exist without the web platform. I use it to pay and sign up for utilities, book appointments. My life is dependent on the web. When was the last time that you actually used a physical phone book to look up a company's contact information? Who's used a paper map recently? What would happen if everyone lost access to their browser right now? What would that mean? So what do we need realistically? If we're being blunt, the ecosystem needs more money to ensure that our foundations for the web are continually being improved and stabilized and not relying on large corporations to be the gatekeepers of the web through their browsers. So how do we get more money, and how do we encourage the contribution of it toward a more sustainable system? These are just a few ideas. This list is not going to be exhaustive, but again, we're just trying to start the conversation. So we could have a donation-based system that is voluntary or culture-based. If you're familiar with Open Collective, it could be something like that. We could provide incentives for donating or working on web infrastructure, like tax breaks, so that there is some tangible benefit to contributing your time. There's retroactive public goods funding, which delivers incentives to public good projects based on current impact rather than anticipated future work, i.e. not startup culture, where you're funded with the expectation that your company is going to multiply that investment. We could even try and fix the current system to be more effective, to be a more effective tax that funds the work for the web. There are probably so many other ways that could potentially provide revenue to finance the web. And I mean so many more. Who wouldn't want to pay to watch merge conflicts get resolved live? Clearly, though, this is a problem in the ecosystem, and we need to consider what we need to do to fix it. So if we do try and reform the existing system, it needs to be mandatory. So we could start by using the opportunity given to us by the EU stepping in, or even now with the US, with lawsuits relating to search defaults. Another option is getting engines to introduce license terms that require participation from all parties that rely on their code. And then additionally, we could also use browser choice screens as leverage by restricting whether or not a browser shows up on those screens based on how they have contributed back into the ecosystem. Because there are companies that were founded by billionaires who want to launch themselves into space, that have the means to contribute in a meaningful way, but they don't. And this continues to put strain on the ecosystem. If everyone continues to take and take and take, the flow of meaningful commits back into the engines becomes a trickle compared to what they could be. If we want to fix this, we're going to need a way to govern it all. So we need a power structure that's credible. It needs to be accountable and be able to represent multiple interests. We need governance that pushes power back into the hands of the wider web community. We know that there is a ton of collective experience in the different standard spaces. Even in this room, there is experience. So it's not like we'll be starting from scratch. We can make this happen. And then along with governance, there's allocation. How do we distribute the funds that we raise? We could have small funds for each work stream so people pay into the funds that they want to. You could have one big fund and then democratize the process through votes. We could use telemetry to detect usage and distribute appropriately according to that telemetry. We could use impact evaluators or things like hypercerts that award based on positive impact. Again, there are many more ways we could allocate that we're probably not even thinking about. As with this entire conversation, anything is possible, and we need to start somewhere. Our digital infrastructure should be solid and secure so that the future of the web can flourish and thrive. It's a huge undertaking with many possible paths. And like I said, this isn't going to be fixed today, but we need to start somewhere. So let's keep this conversation going beyond this room. You might be saying, well, what can I do today? We need more people outside of the big browser companies to push the web forward. Shameless plug, hire companies like Igalia to work on the web platform and open source software. And if you have ideas, talk about it. Start a conversation. The system needs to be revamped, and the sky is literally the limit. And maybe in the process of that, we end up dismantling global capitalism. Who knows? Because that's really the root cause here. Again, the sky's the limit. Think big. Here are a few other resources to start the conversation. I will leave this up if you'd like to snap a photo. I also have some other links I will drop in the Discord. Because let's ensure we're building a new system that can outlive us and sustain itself well into the future so that the information, like spice, can freely flow. Thank you. Because my publisher gave me too many books, we're going to do a quick little giveaway. So if you would like a copy of Design for Developers, I have a couple questions if someone can answer. Can anyone name an independent browser engine currently in development right now? Who said? I heard multiple servos. Okay, who else said servo? Okay. I'll bring that back to you. And then I heard another one.
I said servo.
Okay, then okay. All right, servo. There's also Ladybird, I don't know if anyone's heard of that.
Thank you, Steph. Another round of applause. That was fantastic. And I absolutely love that the first talk says, dismantle global capitalism. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. So, whilst Steve's going to plug in his computer, and we're going to switch over. Before I go on to that, if you've got any questions for Steph, I noticed somebody's put a question or a comment into the Discord already. Do that there. Catch her at the break. You've only got one break to catch Steph this morning because it's her wedding anniversary and she's got to go watch her man play football or something like that. So, but thank you very much for coming. So, Steve, I've been following Steve for years and years and years. Not literally. Not literally, that was digitally, but yeah, because I know, I'm sorry, mate, I'm sorry. I've got the wristband, it's coming off next week, it's all right, it's all right. But for many, many years, Steve has been on our list of people that we wanted to come and speak at State of the Browser. Unfortunately, last year, he was sat just over there, and he said yes. So we've managed to get him. So today, I'm going to pair Steve with a fabulous conference in Bristol, and it's tenuous, I know, but Steve works with an amazing lady called Leonie, and Leonie lives in or near the Bristol environment. So that's my tenuous link here. They may get more interesting later or more tenuous, but let's have a go. So, Web DevConf is happening in 2 weeks. 2 weeks yesterday, is that right, Alex? Yes. Get yourself a ticket. The tickets are dirt cheap, and it's a great day. Again, it's a single-track conference because these ones with multiple rooms and thousands of speakers, they're a bit rubbish because you get to the pub at the end of the day, and everybody's talking about a different talk because they all went to different things. Put everybody in one room, and everything's much easier to organise, and everybody has the same experience at your event. So amazing single track conferences. So check that out. Oh, that's the wrong information. Whoa. It started in 2007, so pretty much it's the longest running web development conference in the UK. Isn't that right? He's quite proud of that. Yeah, yeah. Me and Josh are going to rugby tackle him one year and stop him for about 3 years so we can all catch up. But hey, there we go. So it's happening on Friday, the 27th of September. And I'm going to be there. I'm sure other people are going to be in the room. And as soon as it finishes, I'm jumping on a train going to Cardiff to see Left Field and Orbital because some things are quite important in my life. But I'll be dancing. But I'll be there, Alex, and I love his event so much that I've already bought 2 tickets. He sent me a message in the afternoon going, you know you've already got a ticket, right? And it's like, oh, God, I've done it again, haven't I? Yeah. So I'm not going to give it away. Buy your own because they're not very expensive. So, cool. You ready?
I think so.
Right. Your slides are there.
It's there.
Right.
It's
So
there.
take it away, Steve.
Excellent. Hey, fuck. Sorry. I've just, I managed to get myself caught up in my... Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah, great. All right. Yeah, I'm talking about, well, one of the things I'm talking about is aging and being in an industry. I've made this talk especially for old Brucey. I'm actually older than Bruce. Now, I really enjoyed Stephanie's talk, and it was a lesson in providing information to people, letting people, ending the talk with people knowing more than when they started. I myself am trying to do the exact opposite. I want you to be more bemused when I'm finished. Anyway, no industry for old men. Is this? Doesn't seem to be. Do I have to turn it on or something? I've got to plug
Turned
it.
on.
Ah,
Yeah.
so it's always the way.
It's not.
It's not working. All right.
Press the button.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. Well, all right. Consummate professionalism, as always, from me. I'm actually going to do this up because I am professional, and this is my sort of corporate look. Why is that funny? I'm being serious. I've got my little Tetralogical sticker, which is who I work for. I actually walked around. I go to this conference called CSUN each year, which is the California State something. It's an accessibility conference, disability conference, and I walked around like that the whole time. I actually met somebody who had a similar jacket on, and she stuck the sticker on the same way. I got a lovely picture of her and me. Now I'm sounding like bloody Trump now. Anyway, no industry for old men. This is something that I was made aware of. It says, links from a semi-retired acquaintance and former colleague. I won't reveal who that is, but let's just call him Joe. Joe Humbert, exactly. But anyway, this is the sort of casual ageism. And the reason why it's semi-retired was because I had worked for TPGI, where Ian works for 18 years, and I left there, and now I'm working at, where am I working at? Tetralogical, that's right. I'm working at Tetralogical, and well, I'm actually one of the 4 directors of Tetralogical, so I have some sort of stake in it. But so I'm definitely not semi-retired, even though, as I'll say, former colleague, yeah, we used to work together. Joe's a nice guy, but, oh, wait there. Okay, so here's another comment from another acquaintance, who, no, he's one of my closest friends. I won't mention who he is, but let's just call him Patrick. Just give him a name, okay? People, I mentioned to him when I was talking here today, and he said, this was his response: people who are shit but think they're great and have valuable things to share. So that's an example of an imposter syndrome trigger. I mean, I always tell everyone that I'm shit at. Sorry, can you say shit? I don't know. I wasn't given that. Anyway, I always tell people that I'm not good at speaking, and I'm not. But anyway, so the point is, while it may be the case that my best work is in the past, I mean, I'm old. I'm 60. I've just turned 60. I am not dead yet. And I continue to work for a full time. Okay, so starting the prehistory. This is me in 1987. I was working at Greenpeace for the time, and I had a thing around one of those bike chains around my neck. And we would obviously, the MV Greenpeace had been taken by the Russians, and there's me risking my life. So anyway, I was born in Australia, 10-pound POMs. Everybody know what 10-pound POMs are? People that got an assisted passage to Australia for 10 quid. So my father was a toolmaker. We went across there. I was educated in Australia. I went to uni in the 1980s. The only reason why I went to uni was because it was free at the time in Australia. And because I come from a poorer background, they actually paid me to go to university. So I appreciated that. I lived in Katoomba in the 90s. I worked in social care. I got a part-time job in Manly and then in Singapore where I learned to HTML. I went to UK in 99 and became a contract web dev. Now, I must admit that this was at a time when if you could spell HTML, they gave you a job. So anyway, and then I went back to Australia in 2001 after a couple of years here, and this is where my accessibility journey started. Sorry, did I mention that I'm entrenched within accessibility? Now, why is it not? There. So December 2001, I started working at a charity called, or a non-government organisation called Vision Australia. I knew next to nothing about accessibility, but these two people on the left, this is my boss, a guy called Andrew Arch, who now works for an organisation in Australia called Utopia. There's also a guy called Russ Weekly who works there, so you may have heard of him because he's quite cool. I got sat down and I got given a paper copy of the web content. So this is back in the 2000s. So, and I was told to read it, and which I duly did. And it was actually, I was about 60 pages at the time. This is my boss's boss, but also he was my boss, I suppose, yeah. He says, our aim is to put ourselves out of business. And at this point in time, that was the starry-eyed idea was that we could just, do this accessibility stuff for a year or two. Everybody will know it. Everybody will take it on board and carry on. Yeah, well, I'm still in business now. And at the time, when I first started, I was a dickhead. Well, I was still a dickhead, but I was more of a dickhead then. And this is one of my colleagues, and he used to have stupid, arguments about stuff. And one of the arguments is, you don't need a space in alt to signify empty alt. So, and I said, yes, you do. Turns out I was wrong, Sophia was right at the time. And so she's right. You don't need an alt, you don't even need an alt attribute to signify empty alt, because if you just put image in there without, no, you don't need the equals and the things. You do need an alt attribute. Yeah, sorry. See, I told you, you'll come out more confused. So you need an alt. So there's an article, and you can, if you feel the desire, I have a website, and I have, this is an article all about alt tag emptiness and the various, how it actually works. That is the picture. I don't know if I haven't mentioned it, but I do web standards merchandise. And this is an example of a mug that says, say alt tag again, and with a well-known retro reprobate, or yeah, Adrian Vaselli, who's got a really nice cursor tattoo, which he doesn't actually have, but he put it on there for some reason. Okay, so that was the prehistory end, and this is W3C start. Now, again, accessibility is fun. Just remember, well, if you remember nothing else, remember that. And if you remember that, get the shirt. It's from HTMLZ Etsy shop. Okay? What was I going to say? I was going to telling myself that I should stop saying I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but like I've noticed this over the years, that in some people, especially people that were enthralled with XML and XHTML, tend to use this sort of start and end with like it was an element. And so I thought, yeah, I like that idea. So I've taken it. So they'll write something, they'll write a response to some email on a mailing list, and they'll go, end of conversation or some bullshit like that. So that's what I'm doing. So ways to contribute to accessibility at the W3C. Who has ever been contributed to anything at the W3C? So a fair amount of people. Who has found it a frustrating and horrible experience? Yes. Well, it's frustrating, but there is fun to be had. So there's many ways you can do it. You can file issues on repositories. You can comment on issues. You can file PRs, pull requests, comment on PRs, join a community group, join a working group. So of those people, how many people are currently involved? Yeah, okay. So it's an interesting place to be involved in. And I was thinking, because I walk my dog around where I live in Kingston, which is in southwest London. And I was walking past some people who were talking about themselves being, they were talking about football or some sport and how, they were sort of in-depth about it. And I was thinking, being involved in this shit is very much the same as being involved. It's like it's a hobby. And it's something to do, and it keeps our minds, and you can sort of analyse stuff. So despite the fact that most people think that it's not that much fun, it is worthwhile doing. And the good thing about it is that these days you can interact or you can contribute to the level that you feel comfortable at. So I'm a member of, by dint of my organisation, which used to be TPGI, now, sorry, I just got a flash in the eye. It used to be TPGI, now Tetralogical. Are both members of the W3C, and so I can join any working group, and I do, but I just sort of sit there and watch a lot of stuff. Because I've got to the point now where I don't really want to contribute much. Not contribute, I just find that being across everything is just, I'm getting old. It's too much energy, and I did it for years and years and years. And so I sort of stepped back. And I think that's partially why Humberto said that I was semi-retired, because last year for about 10 years or more, I was editing a number of specifications. One of them, I'll talk about that later. But I was editing specifications, and then I decided to step down as editor because there were people doing better work on it than me, and that person was really a guy called, now I can't remember. Scott O'Hara. There you go. I don't know what there's something odd like music coming out. I've been watching, rewatching, what's it called? Battlestar Galactica. It's when the people find out they're Cylons because they're listening. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to spoil it for anybody. Where they're listening to the walls, and I can hear music now. I don't know where it's coming from. It's not coming from there. All right, moving swiftly on. Please do join. Please get involved. You could just go and comment on a particular thing. One of the things I like to do now is through my social media, my multi-platform social media empire marketing machine, is I like to share interesting topics of discussion, threads that are going on, and that brings people out of the woodwork, which is always good, because there's nothing better than seeing somebody ask a question or somebody make a statement and then all these grumpy old people piling on. So, yeah, you could just subscribe to the mailing list if you want. If you just want to really to know about what's going on in web standards and accessibility standards in particular, you can do that. One of the things that I would suggest is know when you don't know. That is, one of the frustrating things is that people who know next to nothing or think they know a lot more than they do tend to be the loudest. So, and I was the same when I was a youngster or younger, but now I'm not. So it's important, yeah, because you can, I don't even know where I got this from, but it's like the circles of hell, but your area of expertise in the middle, and this person, let's call him Joe, or Patrick, or not Joe. Sorry, people think, because I've got a couple of people I work with, Joe and Alistair, hello, that it's not Joe, it's Joe Humbert I'm talking about, not you at all, Joe. So, one of the things is you'll encounter all different types of people. So these are some of the examples that you'll also find on Slack and WebAIM and LinkedIn or whatever. Zeta, Mastodon. Is the well-meaning people. You'll also know they all look like Klingons, but they're actually all... Then there's the argumentative people. Then there's the people with an axe to grind. There's lots of people there with an axe to grind. The practical, it's always good to have practical people in there. The clueless, and as I said, they're one of the loudest of all. Then you've got the old school people like myself. Helpful. It's always good to be helpful, even if you're arguing against someone's point. The true believers, the people that just believe that web standards are next to godliness. And the revisionists. There are the people that want to rewrite the normative definitions of things all over the place because they don't disagree with them. And unfortunately, yeah, it does happen that you get to rewrite stuff, but it involves putting out a new specification. You can't just rewrite the old in the way that you want. And then there are the lurkers, and there's lots of lurkers. And I would urge you, if you do nothing, lurk. It's like Dave. Okay, so that's W3C end. WCAG start. Okay, how am I doing for time?
10 minutes.
Oh, fuck. Look, I always do this. I'm the exact opposite of my good friend Lloydie, who revises and rehearses and does all these things and works out the timings. I got like 60 slides. I'm not going to get through them. Again, best thing is to know your standards. Know the core. Like, go to the source. Don't believe some secondary source, because they're almost always going to be out of date, or even some of the primary sources are out of date. But it's a good thing to know HTML, ARIA, CSS, and WCAG in this case. So, one of the things about consistency, this talking about WCAG in particular, WCAG 1, and this is, as I mentioned, I was around when I was using it, that auto checks, so I mean the difference between what you need to manually test versus, the use of these wonderful automated tools that everybody touts, especially the larger companies, was that auto checks is about 30% of the WCAG success criteria that you can be tested with. And of that 30%, even they still need to be interpreted. 70% is manual testing. So WCAG 2 comes along. It's about the same amount. And then I'll always get, when I do this, and people will come, where did you get that 30% from? How do you know? I'm not going to argue about stupid statistics. But anyway, even though I like to use them. WCAG 2.1, very similar. WCAG 2.2, it always seems to be like that. Then, I'm not going to mention where that comes. Then my mind got blown, as you can imagine that my mind gets blown quite often. I love that GIF, whatever. I read on a website of a large corporation, Accessibility Corporation, we analysed 30,000 pages, page states, and nearly 300,000 issues, and found that 57% of issues for first-time audit customers could be found using automated testing. I'm thinking, all right, that's like almost double. And the question is, how was this achieved? From a consistent 30 to 50%, almost double. Yep, they turned it up to 11. Part of what they did was change the way the percentage is calculated. So the old way, the way that everybody else seems to use, is total number of success criteria, which depending on WCAG is currently is about 60 odd or something. I can never remember, 55 A and AA success criteria. The new was the number of instances of issues found on the auto-testable criterion. So that's how they, versus so it was a matter of auto-testable checks versus manual checks, and so they could find of the instances of issues. So I was just, I thought, why am I doing this anymore? I mean, these tools are just amazing. Okay, so there's a certain irony in this, because when you, so what happened, talking about revisionist, what happened in WCAG 2.2 was this particular success criterion called 4.1.1 parsing, and it was found that, well, essentially it wasn't well written to start with, and then as the years gone by, it just became defunct, really. I mean, there was never any, well, yeah, I won't go into that. Anyway, it got obsoleted, okay, from all, including 2.2, WCAG 2.2. So it was removed from the calculation. If you remove from the stats that they provide, if you remove the WCAG, the parsing criteria, it's the percentage of even in the new way, the percentage is still 31%. So they've actually had an improvement of 1%, not 30%. And not naming the company, but let's just call it DQ or DEC or whatever it is. And I put that there because this is the table that I used, and it's still there, so people can, there is a link to it. I'll make the slides available. How much longer have I got, Dave?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So we've got 30 odd slides to get through. No, 40 slides to get through 5 minutes. So the point being here is that automated tools are still are helpful and sometimes useful, but you still need people looking at the issues and people that understand the issues. Anyway, WCAG end, title attribute start. I'll get through the title attribute, so don't disturb me. It's going to be, again, lovely hat. This is my wow WCAG line. People actually bought that. So Anyway, back in 2005, it was my first time I ever did a talk. And that was in Australia at a thing called Web Essentials, which is a precursor of Web Directions. And so do users, and I asked the question, do users with disabilities, the whole thing is about the title attribute. But at the time I thought, this is really obscure and nobody's going to be interested, but it's been something that people have continued to be interested in and wrote about in different contexts. So at the time I asked, do users with disabilities read or hear the title text? I wrote an article in 2013, which is up on the TBGI blog, and I talked about user groups not well served by the title attribute, and there's a whole slew of them. So it's always been problematic because of the nature of how it's displayed, amongst many other things. So there's been no or very limited change over a period of time. And one of the things that I did, at one point I was, I think, weren't you? Yeah. At one point I was editor of the HTML5 spec at the W3C. I think Bruce was at one point, yeah, as well. But yeah, about 10 minutes. Well, it was about 40 minutes. Yeah. But anyway, and during that time, about 2010, I wrote to the browser people at the time because I had their ear because I was doing this work, and I said, will you commit to implementing the title attribute on focus? Because that's one of the things unless you can use a mouse, you can't see it. And most of them said, no. It was really, we can't commit. No thing. Apple said, oh, we can't commit to doing anything. And Microsoft said much the same thing. But anyway, so did this happen? Well, not really. And it's been like 14 years. If you have a look at the WhatWG HTML specification, or the HTML specification, I should say, 2023, there is a note in there about relying on the title attribute is currently discouraged as many user agents do not expose the attribute in accessible manner, which is all true. That was in there, put in there 12 years ago. It's still the same today, or very similar. As always, if I want to say something about these things, I always want to check stuff. So what I did the other day, or last week, and I wrote an article about it, which you can read on my blog, html5accessibility.com/stuff, but the link is there, which I'll make these slides available. Is the title attribute content displayed when interactive elements receive focus? So in 2024, the situation is Chrome actually does this. So if you move onto an input, it'll display the title attribute. The rest of them, no. So Firefox, Safari, Chrome, and this is just desktop. So talking about touch devices, mobile, whatever, it's much the same, but there are more details in there. So the answer is no. So from 2005, when I was banging on about it, to 2000, how many is that? That's 19 years? Still not a viable way to accessibly or provide information to a user. So in 2023, and this says thanks to Hiddy because I was looking at work he'd done on the popover, that a new method or a different way to provide a visible label is by using the popover attribute. And yes, read his stuff more about it because I think that he covers things a lot better than I do. So one of the things that I found, and please do correct me, Hiddy, if I'm wrong, the popover doesn't show on hover and focus by default. Yeah? So that's a potential issue. But what I did find, no. What I did find was just through the addition of some simple JavaScript, simple CSS. You see, that's the problem with using ChatGPT. You start to get, because you get a code block and it says JavaScript when it's actually CSS. So anyway, using this, you can create a popover that is shown as well as on mouse enter or whatever, or mouse click. There you can get shown on hover and focus. So that's one issue that I don't know. Does anybody know what this is? What?
Some CSS.
No, not there. You out. Back of the bus. No, because the reason why I've got this icon is I looked at when I was creating these examples. The icon was I picked it and I thought, oh, that looks interesting. So the other thing is the popover content not uses the act name by default. Okay, so one of the things, being an accessibly wonk, fascist, some people say, I look at, so the button has, an icon and it needs an accessible name. The accessible name is the name that is provided in the accessibility tree. So when a screen reader or something gets focus on it, it'll announce what the accessible name is. So I was thinking, in the case of these pseudo title displays, tooltips, it would be perfect if the content within the popover content would be the accessible name for it. So I thought, okay, well, I'm using a button, and so I should just be able to put a label in there, and that will become the accessible name for it. So we've got a label for, this is a bong. It's a bong, by the way, if you didn't know. I don't know why that they have that as an icon, but anyway. I thought it was one of those things that you. No, it's. We'll do the charades later. But anyway, and so I wrote this, and then I thought, and then I looked at in the accessibility tree, no accessible name. I was thinking, what the fuck is going on here? Then I remembered that when a label element is used as an accessible name, if it's hidden, then it won't provide the accessible name. So once I focus on that and the thing comes up, the popover comes up, then the accessible name, it will be, this is a bong. But there's not really much use because it relies upon, it doesn't have an accessible name until it gets physically focused in the browser. Not much use at all. And I thought about this, I thought, well, what I wanted, I don't know if anybody has ever heard of the first rule of ARIA, and that is use HTML unless you can't, essentially. And I thought I really wanted to use standard HTML. But I remember why this wasn't happening is because it was hidden. But then what I found is if I just put the label outside of the popover, it doesn't show any, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't get displayed. But doing that, if the content of the label is hidden, that's fine. As long as the visible label, then it will populate as an accessible name. I've got, why has it got, there. Okay, CodePen. I've got a whole slew of them that I've done, because also I was looking at why it's fine on desktop, but how does Popover work for touch devices? And it seems it has a problem in that if you've got a button that you want to have the label for it, you don't want to have to push the button in order to see the label. But you can't really, there is a conflict between pushing the button and doing the thing it wants to do and showing the label. Whereas if you're using a mouse or whatever, you don't have that problem. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of there's a collection of CodePen shit that I did that goes through this. So the other way that you could do it is using the ARIA label by. And it doesn't matter whether the thing's hidden or not. So there are a number of ways, but provide an accessible name. So you're going to miss out on accessibility dreaming, I'm sorry, because but title attribute end and accessibility dreaming. And I did have a dream back in 2010, and it was that accessible HTML would be a beautiful thing. And that's why I started working on this, and eventually it became this, and then I lost interest. Well, it did. It's everything. It served its purpose. From 2010 to 2023, I think, shit got a lot better as far as this stuff was concerned. And my interest is specifically in how browsers implement accessibility semantics. So, I'll just go through quickly because you see all the, here's me and Lionel. This guy Lionel is, this was in TPAC last year. I'm hoping to see him again this year. I've got another shirt to wear with him. This guy works for, what is it, Userway, the one that was bought by somebody. And I was going to talk about how I use AI. I don't use it in accessibility testing. I was going to talk about, but I wanted to get to this to say, this is for David Swallow. He's inspirational, along with Patrick, as you can see there. They're friends of mine. I wouldn't be where I am today without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Amazingly entertaining. I need the little thing out your computer before you put it away.
I was hoping to take that as a...
I wanted you clicking the other day, and it used to have
trophy.
a massive little thing that stuck out the side of the computer, and a minute tiny, and I know that I'm going to lose it by the end of today. Anyway, can I get my slides? Oh, there they are. Fantastic. My clicker's here. So we have a break now. Chat to people, chat to each other. Make sure that you're back here for about just over 15 minutes, please, so that we can catch up. And you've just locked my notes away and everything. Oh well, have a break, and I'll remember what I was going to say when you all come back. Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Stephanie. Can we turn on this mic? 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, it must be working because Diane is typing what I'm saying. Fantastic. Shh. Shh. So, I gave you all a lanyard that looks like this. Yeah? Who's old enough that they can remember what one of these is? Right? And it's not a save icon, okay? It's not a save icon. I think they should update the save icon. It'll probably take about 20 years, like Steve just pointed out, that change happens really slow on the web. But save icons. Why have I given you one of these? Somebody must remember from last year. Because I've got boxes in a garage. I haven't got a garage. I live in London, so no. It's because if your website homepage will not fit on one of these, then you are an idiot and you are doing it wrong. You don't need to ship 12,000 packages to the browser. You can do that on your build steps and just ship HTML 99% of times. Your website does not need to be Facebook. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, left that thing a while ago. So, I've got some notes here, and because I use clever techniques like copy and paste, it says, next up, we've got Stephanie. So, your turn again. So, we've got Stuart. So, I met Stuart in person for the first time in 2022. Again, been stalking him for years as well, but that's how it is. And I met Stuart at an event called Pixel Pioneers. So, Pixel Pioneers is run by, he was there, so Oliver is just there, in Bristol. It's happening in June 2025, 13th of June. Tickets are not yet available, but the CFP is open. Or talk to Oliver during the break and lunchtimes and at the pub afterwards and things like that. It is a fantastic event. This event literally changed my life. So I'm at work, typing away, building this horrible React thing for these bunch of solicitors. Hated it. And I looked at the internet, and all of my friends were going to Bristol. And I went, this is not fair, they're going to Bristol. So I pressed a button on my computer, and then I got on the tube, and I went over to Paddington, and I got on the train, and then I phoned up Susan and said, gone out, won't be home today, gone to Bristol by mistake. The conference was epic. Go, it's brilliant. Buy tickets now. Well, as soon as they go on sale. Yeah, don't buy them now, they're not there. But as soon as they go on sale, buy the tickets. Do this for all conferences. Buy them as soon as you can because they're going to sell out. So, went to the conference, afterwards went to the pub, and I met Ruth. Who knows Ruth? Ruth's my boss now. And it's because I sat down in the pub next to Ruth, and she said, Dave, I'm trying really hard to hire somebody. I said, don't want full-time jobs. She says, 2 days a week? And that was my job interview, and now I work for MDN, and I fucking love it. So it changed my life. So I've got Oliver to thank for that, because put on a great event. So go to Pixel Pioneers. I'm pleased it's on the 13th, because if it was a week later, I'd be in a field in Somerset, very drunk and falling over, as usual. Anyway, so that's how I met Stuart. And I'm not going to talk about, because I used to say, this person does this, and they work here, and they do this, and this, and this. And then their first slide is, I am Stuart, and I work here, and I do this, and this, and this. So, Stuart, your turn.
In the summer of 1843, sorry, Alfred Lord Tennyson published his second book of poems. In it, he told the story of a mysterious woman, the Lady of Shalott. In 1989, mid-1990, Tim Berners-Lee wrote a set of proposals for CERN, which became the World Wide Web. And in August 2021, two Australian brothers, Alex and James Moore, contacted me and Bruce Lawson about how we might talk to tech regulators about browsers. This is their story. I don't know why all this stuff happens in August. I can't even get clients on the bloody phone in August half the time. Anyway, hi, I'm Stuart Langridge. I've learned already today that I need to leave you more confused than when you arrived, and that I should destroy global capitalism. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. What I'm here to talk to you about today is open web advocacy, both the organisation and the process. And about the Lady of Shalott. On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many-towered Camelot. And up and down the people go, gazing where the lilies blow, round an island there below, the island of Shalott. Willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver through the wave that runs forever by the island in the river, flowing down to Camelot. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, and the silent isle embowers the Lady of Shalott. So here, class, this is our first glimpse of the Lady of Shalott. She's the envy of all who look upon her, who all dream of being seen by her, and she's set apart from others, right? Up in her tower, looking down on the people as they look up aspirationally at her. So remember her, we'll come back to her. So I got this message, August 2021, from Bruce Lawson. Wave at the people, Bruceykins. He said we needed a high-level important business meeting. So he said we'd been contacted by 2 brothers, Alex and James Moore, 2 Aussies, about talking to the CMA about web browsers. Now, the CMA is the UK's competition regulator, and they were doing a mobile ecosystems market study. So the CMA, quote their website, is a non-ministerial department who ensure that all industries in the UK are competitive. They used to be called the Monopolies Commission, for people who remember that. And they say, we help people, businesses and the UK economy by promoting competitive markets and tackling unfair behaviour. They ensure that supermarkets compete fairly, nobody creates cartels, that tech isn't being used to monopolise users and force out new entrants into a market. And this was them looking into competition in the supply of mobile browsers and browser engines, among other things, right? They were looking at whether Apple and Google's effective duopoly over the supply of operating systems, so iOS and Android, app stores, the App Store and the Play Store, and web browsers, Safari and Chrome, could result in consumers losing out. And what we wanted to do was make sure that web browsers were front and centre in that discussion. So we're going to try a little exercise. Right? This is state of the browser. So I imagine you all know this one. How many of you know that web browsers on iOS are just skins around Safari? Give me a hand up. Almost all of you. Fabulous. You've got Chrome, you've got Firefox, you've got Vivaldi. Is there Vivaldi on iOS? Yeah. Apparently. So you've got Chrome, you've got Firefox, you've got Vivaldi, but they're all Safari's rendering engine.
Who is that? This is the end of the mystery. Wow,
So, slightly more difficult one. Android doesn't block other browsers. So Firefox on Android is actually Firefox. It's using Gecko, Firefox's rendering engine. Now, Android supports adding web apps, PWAs, as proper apps. Hooray! They show up in the app drawer, all of that kind of thing. And the way this is done is with a process called Web APK minting. So what happens here is the browser sends the web app off to a server. The server creates a signed APK and sends it back down to the phone, and then the phone installs it. Google has one of these for Android, one of these servers, the Web APK minting server. Samsung has one, but only for Samsung phones. That's it. How many of you know that only Chrome has access to Web APK minting? Considerably fewer of you. Other browsers on Android don't have this. So Chrome has the ability to install a website as a proper app. Everyone else, not so much. So this is the kind of thing we wanted the CMA to care about. Right? The aim here is to allow browsers to facilitate web apps being true substitutes and competitors to native apps. And I'll be honest with you, I was not confident about talking to a government regulator. I kind of assumed, right, we're talking to a government regulator about the web and technology. Right? I kind of assumed we'd walk in the door and get this. I'd be like, hi, I'm Stuart Langridge, here with Open Web Advocacy.
Ah, yes, young fellow, my lad. I am Colonel Sir Bufton Tufton. Welcome to the CMA. We're here to work out whether there is sufficient competition in ways to surf the information superhighway. I have a modem myself, you know.
Okay. Maybe we could start by looking at hardware access from web apps on mobile phones.
Mobile phones. Actually, maybe you could help an old duffer with that. I wanted to set the wallpaper on my Nokia communicator to be a picture of my favourite horse, but it's inexplicably the Daily Telegraph. Can you fix it?
And it turns out, was not like that at all. Right? Which is very, very pleasing. It's, the group we saw, they were smart, they were plugged in, they knew what they were talking about. More importantly, they knew what they didn't know. They asked us sensible questions, they let us speak to them. It turns out, surprise, our government can actually do this stuff if they create an agency which is independent anyway. So, talk to the CMA, happy. And here we come back to Our Lady of Shalott, sitting up in her tall tower. What was she doing, Lord Tennyson? There she weaves by night and day a magic web, with colours gay. And as the mazy web she whirls, she sees the surly village churls and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. She loves the web. Or at least she did back then when she started.
We have been trying to come up with a solution to expand the capabilities of iPhone by letting developers write great apps for it, and yet keep the iPhone reliable and secure. And we've come up with a very sweet solution. And let me tell you about it. So, we've got an innovative new way to create applications for mobile devices. Really innovative. And it's all based on the fact that iPhone has the full Safari inside. The full Safari engine is inside of iPhone. And it gives us tremendous capability, more than it's ever been in a mobile device to this date. And so you can write amazing Web 2.0 and Ajax apps that look exactly like, behave exactly like apps on the iPhone. And these apps can integrate perfectly with iPhone services. They can make a call. They can send an email. They can look up a location on Google Maps. After you write them, you have instant distribution. You don't have to worry about distribution. Just put them on your internet server. And they're really easy to update. Just change the code on your own server, rather than having to go through this really complex update. And they're secure, with the same kind of security you use for transactions with Amazon or a bank. And they run securely on the iPhone, so that they don't compromise its reliability or security. And guess what? There's no SDK that you need. You've got everything you need if you know how to write apps using the most modern web standards to write amazing apps for the iPhone today.
Those were the days, eh? But then, a shiny, pretty knight arrives. Jewels on his saddle, silver on his bugle, all covered in shiny, tempting gold. And the beautiful lady up in her tower got distracted by all the gold. And she stopped paying as much attention to the web that she once delighted in. Let's talk about the patch gap. Everybody has bugs, right? It's a fact of life, in software at least. You can't stop it. And if you do know how to write software without bugs, I will happily buy you a beer this evening and find out your secret. So what's useful to look at is not how many bugs there are necessarily, but how long they take to fix. So this is data from Google's Project Zero. So it shows the amount of time between when a bug fix went into the public repository for Blink or for Gecko or for WebKit, and then when that bug fix became available to actual people running the actual browser that's based on that browser engine. Right? So what we're plotting here is the gap between those two things happening. So you want this number to be low, towards the left-hand side of the graph. If you're on the left-hand side of the graph, that's good, because it means a bug fix goes into Blink, and then it shows up in Chrome quite soon after that point. So there's less chance of it being exploited, right? As soon as a bug is published in Blink or whatever, people can see the commit that went in, they can work out what it fixed, and therefore there's a sort of a region of exploitability after it goes into the open source thing, but before people's browsers have got it. So this graph's a bit complex, so let's simplify it a bit. This is the graph just for Chrome, right? Or mostly pushed over to the left, which is good. Here's the graph for Safari. Graph for Safari. Okay. Mostly over to the right. The change here is pretty obvious, as you can see. Safari's patch gap's pretty big, because this is what happens when you deprioritize your browser because you lose attention on it, you fall behind. But you don't have to deprioritize your browser. And these are old statistics, right? This patch gap graph from Project Zero ends in 2021. Which is ages ago, right? Internet years are like dog years, go past very fast. In 2021, we're all still into air fryers and stuff, can you imagine? It says in my script here, OMG, I can't even, but I didn't write that, I don't know what it means. Anyway, what's happened since 2021? This is a list of CVEs, security issues, in browsers over time. Again, it's a bit complicated, but it does have data right up to the present day. What this is showing is the number of security issues in each browser in each year. So being high up the graph is bad. That means you had more bugs. Being low is good. And if you look at this, you see the yellow bar is Firefox, pretty constant over time, pretty much somewhere in the middle like that. Right? That's how a browser manufacturer might be expected to do. So we'll call that our baseline. Right? Above, bad. Below, good. If you're doing worse than Firefox, you're having more security issues, maybe there's something there to have a look at. So let's take a trip to Planet Chrome. Chrome, I mean, here at the beginning, just about managing to keep pace with a team with 1/1000th of their budget. Good work, Chrome team. Sponsor, sorry. But you're great. But it's all got a bit wrong recently. Safari, though, right? Safari was really high some years ago, but recently, much, much lower. They're doing much, much better. There are a lot of issues with these figures, right? This is only one number, and making any kind of decision based on only one number and someone's presentation of that one number is dodgy. Huge bin lorry full of salt before you make decisions on this. But I think it's fairly obvious that something's changed, especially with Safari's attention to detail. What prompted that change? That could be a lot of stuff. But I think it's reasonable to suggest one contributing cause. As mentioned, in 2021, the CMA started their mobile ecosystems market study. Right here. And they weren't the only ones. A whole bunch of tech regulators all around the world finally got on board, started asking questions about browsers around that kind of time, and browser diversity, and which limits on browsers are reasonable, and whether it's okay for an operating system manufacturer to limit which browsers run on their operating system. And change started to happen at the same time as that. At the same time as regulators in the UK, in the EU, and around the world started asking questions. That's why we talk to them, after all. It's a similar story in other places. If you look at the interop figures, now interop can be a bit contentious, because exactly what gets onto the interop list of things that get assessed is a bit quiet and difficult to get a handle on. But the numbers don't lie. In 2021, Safari were behind, and in 2023, they aren't. Right? Good. This is all good. They're behind again in 2024, but 2024 is not over yet. And Apple stuff tends to happen towards the end of the year, so it wouldn't be fair to show those figures, so I'm not going to. But there certainly seems to have been a change in the amount of attention being paid at about the same time as a bunch of investigations started happening. Now, there ought to be some short, pithy way to sum that up, but I can't think of one. But when I want short, pithy summaries of tech stuff, I know who I turn to, Alex Russell. He's got some good tunes, our boy Alex. This is the power of just the threat of competition. Our little gang of folks had started to grow. More people joined, helped out, became part of it. We'd come together enough to give ourselves a name, Open Web Advocacy, OWA. And we talked to regulators all over the world about this stuff. In the UK and the European Union, on Australia, and the US and Japan. And we called upon the web developer community for help. And the regulators listened. And the web community answered. And all this started to have an effect. And let's be clear here, this is not just about Apple banning other browsers. The regulators are investigating big tech companies as a whole for all the things they're doing wrong. And Google are a long, long way away from being an innocent party in this, right? Tracking people in incognito mode, hidden extensions that work on Google sites only, Google properties pushing Chrome. Regulators do not like this stuff. And rightly so. Microsoft wedging, hey, why not run Edge into every corner of Windows has not gone unnoticed. I could do like a whole separate talk, maybe next year, on in-app browsers and the shenanigans that go on there from Meta and TikTok. And Apple fans tend to push a line there, the last lonely line of defense against Chrome taking over. It's not true. It hasn't even happened on macOS, right? There's free browser choice there. A third of people still use Safari, the default browser. But there is a grain of truth in it. But given all this, the regulators started regulating. No, says the European Union, it is not reasonable of you to require that there's only one web browser. The web is about diversity. That's how we stop one company taking it over, by stopping all companies from using their existing money and their existing market share to push out competition. No, Google, you can't steer people towards your own services. No, Meta, you can't charge people if they refuse to give you data. And no, Apple, you can't exclude all browsers from your phones except your own. And the clues were all there in the poem. This is William Holman Hunt's picture of Our Lady while she's being distracted by the shiny gold of the night. Wonderful for details, Hunt. This is Hercules, capturing the golden apples of the Hesperides, his 11th labour. Hercules the hero, representative of humanity. Here he is, trying to free the apples. But the reason this was a labour rather than just scrumping is that there was a guardian serpent in the way. Life reflects art, again. I didn't make this stuff up, it's right there in the painting. Because the guardian serpent tries to bite back. In February this year, Apple decided there would no longer be home screen web apps on iOS. From now on, everything that used to be a web app was a bookmark. It would open it in the Safari tab, not like an app. No privileged access. I mean, at first, honestly, we assumed this was a bug because there's no way they'd actually do this, right? This was a long step away from the web. She left the web. She left the loom. She made 3 paces through the room. She saw the water lily bloom. She saw the helmet and the plume. This did not go down well. Most of you here might actually remember this happening earlier this year. People were furious. Pushback in every possible realm, articles in every tech media outlet, anger on all sides. You rouse the voice of the web, and you'll hear it loud and clear. Out flew the web, and floated wide, the mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. And at OWA, we wanted to be sure that all this web developer feedback, how betrayed people felt by this. We wanted to make sure it wasn't ignored, that it couldn't be dismissed as a few loud voices, as people have tried before. So we put together an open letter, and we invited people to sign it. And people did sign it. 4,000 people signed it. MEPs, 400 different companies, people from 100 different countries, literally all across the world. Nobody wanted this, and everyone stood up to say so. I would have thought, if you wanted 4,000 web devs to all do one thing at one time, it would be get the syntax of ClipPath wrong. But no. I imagine a good chunk of people in this room probably signed that letter. Did you sign it? Hands up. Sweet. I would like to say, on behalf of OWA, you're fantastic. Thank you very much. We're very pleased. Cheers. You made your voice heard, and it was heard, because Apple, one of the world's richest companies, they heard our voices, and they backed off. They completely reversed the decision. The ban on PWAs wasn't. Right? Developers and users who may have been impacted by the removal of home screen web apps in the beta release of iOS in the EU can expect the return of the existing functionality for home screen web apps with the availability of iOS 17.4 in early March. And it's working. The Verge says the iPhone is now more fun in the EU. Federico Viticci at Mac Stories says, I personally feel like the DMA fork of iOS is the version of iOS I wanted for the past few years. It's still iOS, a more flexible and fun version of iOS, predicated on the assumption that users deserve options to control more aspects of how their expensive pocket computers should work. James Snell at Macworld says, yet when I consider everything being experimented with in the EU, I start to wonder if the envy is actually going to flow in the other direction. Lots of people speak to the regulators. Some speak for their own company, some for their government, some for their product. But who speaks for the web? We do. Now, I don't mean OWA, although we do, but we, us, here in this room and in rooms like it. The web is ours. The web is woven curiously, Tennyson tells us in the poem. Someone needs to stand up for curiosities to help the corporations and the money men and the governments understand why the web is great, because it's ours. And that's where you can help. OWA doesn't need money. Never hurts, but don't need money. We don't want medals. But what we do need is support. We always need more documents reading, more papers writing, more awareness, more staying on top of everything that's going on, more spotting of malicious compliance. And that's something you're all well qualified for. But this is not a recruiting pitch, right? OWA is not the only way here. You can do your own open web advocacy. Everyone in this room understands why the open web unlocks doors, why it can work for everyone, everywhere, why this thing we made together is the biggest and best collection of information and exhibitions and joy that the world has ever known. But not everyone is as enlightened as you, or indeed as attractive as you. I've always admired that about you. So we need to help people understand. This is Johannes Ernst. And he says, the open web is amazing. So we keep saying in our little subculture, and outside of our little subculture, we're generally met with incomprehension. In my opinion, that's because we're not saying why the open web is amazing. I think it all boils down to, on the open web, I can be much more creative with minimum expense than elsewhere, and so easily share my creations with the world. So write about the web. Build things on the web, in the web, of the web, to help people understand. Build cool stuff and talk about that you did it and why you did it and how you did it. And that includes tech regulators, right? When they ask for input and you give it to them, they really do listen. So, the Lady of Shalott stepped away from the web. She turned her attention to the shiny gold of the night, and the curse came upon her. A long-drawn carol, mournful, holy, she chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her eyes were darkened wholly, and her smooth face, sharpened slowly, turned to towered Camelot. For ere she reached upon the tide, the first house by the waterside, singing in her song, she died, the Lady of Shalott. But the point is, the curse doesn't have to be real. The Lady of Shalott stepped away from the web to her own doom, but she didn't have to. If she'd had the foresight, like the poem says, like some bold seer in a trance, seeing all his own mischance, if she'd had the foresight to know what would happen, then maybe she wouldn't have done it. If only someone had told her ahead of time, shown her, she could have put all her skill into weaving the web, not hiding from it. She could have embraced the web, not tried to put it down. Well, here we are, ahead of time. Don't step away from the open web. Embrace it. Come down from the tower, meet the people, instead of looking down on them. If you will excuse the sheer hubris of this, if you listen very carefully, you can hear Queen Victoria's own poet laureate turning in his grave. This is how I wish the poem had ended. Because it's not too late. This need to own her soul devours. Decided she to use her powers, grow the web, to fill the towers, join the folk at Camelot. We birthed establishment defiance, so stop malicious rule compliance. We win when they have self-reliance, the people of Shalott. Stop looking for more cash to trouser, and listen, if her pride allows her, to what she'd learn at State of the Browser. She'd love you folks a lot. Thank you very much. Well, one more thing. You want more Tennyson? Well, that's Shalott. Thank you.
I haven't got my phone. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Stuart. That was entertaining and informative, and I believe it was all Bruce's fault too.
I'll just take out of the orange. I'll fetch it later.
So, if you've got any questions for Stuart, then post them in the Discord. When Alex Russell came and spoke a couple of years ago, the conversations in Discord went on for 3 more years. And some of it was quite entertaining and hilarious. So, thank you, Stuart. Brilliant, loved it. And yeah, press buttons. So, next up, we have David. I've been stalking David for a while now too. Sorry, it's my hobby. Well, when I say okay, yeah, I've been admiring. It just happens. I've been going. So I got made redundant during the bad times, which was the best thing that could ever happen to me because now I've got my own business and I can go to conferences all the time. Whereas before, I could only go to ones on Saturdays, which is why this is happening today on a Saturday. So And since I've been doing that, I keep bumping into the same people over and over again, and he's one of them.
That would be me.
So much so that we've done a lot of quizzes together, haven't we?
Yeah, you said I'm good at them. But
And the problem is, we go to these quizzes that are run by a company called Zero Height and a guy called Luke Murphy, and I've done the same quiz 4 times, and every time I come last. So I'm blaming Darns and Stu Robson. We know it's you, really, Stuart. And thanks for not coming again. Anyway, so to pair with David, this one was easy. He works for a company called Zero Height, and they're putting on a conference in Brighton called Converge. There is some leaflets that have been given out about, is it about this?
No,
Or-
actually, the leaflets that you had on your seats were to do with our design systems survey. We want to hear from people, especially developers that are working on and using design systems. Big survey that we're going to collate all that data and share with you folks. So if you submit to it, you'll get that info early.
Cool. So State of Design Systems, is that what it's called?
No, sorry.
No?
So that's the survey.
Right.
And then this is the conference
Yeah.
that we're doing in
So
Brighton.
the conference is happening in Brighton. There's a code there. It's Converge WTF, and you get cheaper tickets. 2 days in Brighton, 100 quid for 2 days is pretty good for a conference, I reckon. So, and I've been to all of the ones that have been in the UK. I didn't go to the one in San Francisco because I can't afford that much, but and I've loved it. The first one I went to is where I met Amy, who is also speaking. She spoke last year. She gave an amazing talk, and asked me about that talk in the pub afterwards. But she's also talking here. She's talking at another event in Brighton that we'll talk about later. So I'm going to hand over to David.
Thank you. So you can call me Dave. That's fine. Yeah. No, don't be offended. It's all right. It's just confusing when there's 2 Daves on stage. Yeah, I'm Dave. I work at Zero Height as a developer advocate. We do design systems tooling. And this is my dad.
David Dobbs! David Dobbs! Where's David Dobbs! David Dobbs! David Dobbs! Good morning to you. David Dobbs!
Well, sorry, it gets a bit creepy at the end there. So, yeah, this is my dad. This is how he says hello to me every single time I pick up the phone or I call him or he leaves me an audio message on WhatsApp. So any communication, it will start with him yelling my name down the phone. So it's a strange one, but so when life gives you lemons or life gives you a very loud dad, what do? You exploit it for advertising purposes. So this is my website, darn.es, and there's a button at the top there, and when you tap on it, it makes a sound. It's my dad pronouncing my name. So I wanted to build this like a few months back or when I was rebuilding my website, and I thought, right, I'm going to go through with you folks how I went about building that, piece by piece. So let's start with it. Beautiful, an audio element. How perfect. It's great. You press the button. Whoa, that's loud. Oh, okay, I have no control. Sorry, audio folks, maybe balance it. But yeah, it's semantic, it's accessible, it works, but audio elements are pretty annoying. Like, you can't really, like, style it. Well, you can, but you can't style it, like, cross-browser elegantly. Like, I can then comment this code up here. Oh, no, we haven't got shortcuts. We'll do it manually. So you try and style it, and you get that. Like, you can fiddle around with it and try and make it work properly, but it's just not workable. What you really want, or what I want, is this nice little button with an icon in it. And it's accessible. It's got the label and everything like that. But what I want is when you click on this, like, the audio to play. So that is where Web Components comes in. Here we go. So what are Web Components? I'm not going to go through all the details of it because I think there's a lot of better people to talk about that. Not only that, I've made a guide, which I'll share in the next slide. So they're actually a suite of different technologies allowing you to create reusable custom elements. That's from the MDN docs, quoted. So you have custom elements, HTML templates, Shadow DOM, and dedicated CSS selectors. You don't have to use all of these together. Custom elements, you will pretty much have to use that in order to create the tag for the actual element. Every custom element has to have a dash in it. That's the only constraint for it. Well, at least somewhere. That's the only main constraint for it. The rest of them you can use totally optionally. So like Shadow DOM, like HTML templates, and like the CSS selectors are kind of all these niceties on top to be able to use Web Components in a meaningful way on the web. I have water. Great. So yeah, before I take a swig of this drink, I've made a little guide online. If you go to this link, you can use this QR code or use the URL at the bottom. I'll definitely share the slides afterwards. In fact, I already have. This is on the Zero Hype website. If you sign up, you get this, and you can go through all the details about me making the case for Web Components. It has like a slight tilt on design systems because of my experience of using them in design systems, as well as us being a design systems tool. Okay, so let's turn on a web component live. So we've got here HTML on the left, Prover on the right. On the left, we've got the button element, and we've got the audio element. And I've wrapped it in a play button tag. So this is going to be our web component. So when I click on this, I haven't turned it on yet. When you click on this, it should play the audio. So what I'm going to do is turn on or uncomment this script tag. So this is a web component I've made, and you folks can use this as well. So once that's enabled, you can then click on this. I promised not to play it so many times. It was quite annoying doing the slides. So yeah, it works. Like, click on the button, plays the audio, great. But again, like, you've got the button, you've got the audio element. We kind of want to make this a little bit more visually attractive, shall we say. So what we can do is utilize the CSS selectors I was talking about. So one of those is called, is a pseudo selector defined. So you can put play button, :defined, and that is a selector to be able to select the element when it is defined. So when that's defined, we'll hide the audio element. And then you'll see I've also put not defined. So that's a not selector. That's like the exact opposite. So when that element is not defined, it's not being instantiated on the page, it'll hide the button, but it will keep the audio element. So it will just work like a normal audio element. So that's one of the great things about web components. It just kind of falls back to a kind of gracious thing, especially when you put the markup of what originally it was meant to be inside of it. So it just kind of falls back to the basics. Cool. But this button's cool and everything, but wouldn't it be nice if it kind of like shook a little bit or kind of responded to like show when the audio plays? There is actually a pseudo selector called playing, but it only works in Safari, which is pretty annoying, especially when I started building it and you get so far and you go, oh, damn it, doesn't work in Firefox, doesn't work in Chrome, or it's just non-existent in all the other browsers. It would be nice if it was in all of them, but oh well. What we'll do is we'll use web components again, but this time as a polyfill. So we're going to polyfill for this selector using a web component. So again, here's our button. I promise I won't click on it this time. Well, I will in a minute, but So again, the markup as before, the play button element, and we've got the button inside of it and the audio element as well. But this time I've got a is playing selector, is playing tag. So that's going to be a new web component that is going to have a attribute added to it whenever any audio is playing inside of it. And in fact, this web component does that for video as well. So anything that's playing, it will add an attribute, so then you can utilize that as a CSS selector. So I'm going to uncomment this. There we go. Oh yes, and that's the play button like selector. And then we've got a is playing brackets using the attribute selector to select the SVG. And then I've got like a shake animation, which is horrendously long down here to kind of create true variety. And then when you click the button, a cute little shaky thing. You could also use it to kind of like disable like interactivity. Maybe you don't want people to be able to pause it midway through and stuff like that, but it's your preference. So yeah, now we're kind of building what I want. This is great. But wouldn't it be nice if it played different audio on each click? So you hear my dad, and then maybe you might hear something else as well at the same time. Or not at the same time, one after the other. So like randomly go through different like audio things. So the audio element can accept the source element to be able to list out all the different audio files. That actually is for like compatibility. So you've got your MPEG there, OGG, and like MP3 and M4A and all that kind of stuff. That's what it's meant for, but we could kind of like repurpose that and use that to list out all of the random audio things. And standards people can slap me on the wrist later if you want to, like, it's fine. So why don't we utilize that and kind of create that as a way to create like random like pool of audio to source from. That's what I want to say. So again, here we are. We've got our buttons, and this time we've got a bunch of source elements in here. So there's still the audio element with the controls. The button, we've got the play button custom element, we've got the is playing custom element, and then now we've got random source. So this is going to randomize through the sources. Just for like logic, I preferred like the first audio to be the audio that's like semantically there. So the first one's going to play, so that'll be my dad. Sorry, you're going to have to hear that again. And this is like going through my life, like talking to my dad. So now you all. So once I uncomment this, it's going to make that random source tag into like a proper web component. And we'll click that. Okay, that's one of them. Come on.
David Darns.
Oh, you got to guess who that is. Does anyone know who that is? Got it. Got it, nice.
David Darns!
You won't get that one, that's my mother-in-law. Oh. Sorry. All right, cool. So it goes through all random ones. I think. Oh, Mandy, please. All right, so I'm kind of rushing through all these web components, and I should stop and explain a little bit more, like contextually about this stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to live code. I've been uncommenting stuff and it seems to be working, so I'm going to do a live code thing. So the next thing I want to do is I want my name next to the button, and my name to kind of animate in this same way, this cool demo by Michelle, to animate the letters as it goes along. So when my dad says my name, it kind of goes through all the letters and animates kind of elegantly, and it should do that for like every audio play after that. So yeah, it's time to learn tech. Damn, this is bold, but it's working. It's working so far. So, alrighty. So for the purposes of this demo, I'm just going to stick to the audio element just on its own. Again, that's the cool thing about web components, is that you just wrap it around the right kind of semantic elements that you need in there, and it's just going to work as expected, especially when you make them really kind of small, like little bits. What I've got is a audio element, and then that's wrapped in this new web component called duration property. So that's going to have a style attribute on it and a duration custom CSS property. So like a variable that we can store and claim and use inside of our CSS. So that's going to have the duration of the audio from start to finish. And we can use that for the animation duration. And then I've wrapped it in a isPlaying component just so we can style it to see that it works. Because it needs to, I'm going to show the number, but I need to see it kind of play from start to finish so it goes in sync with like the audio playing, so it will kind of scrub along with this, I guess. All right. So yeah, I've got some styles in there to show like that it's actually going to work and stuff. So first thing to do is web component is to instantiate it. So like put it in there so it's there to actually use. So we're going to register it. So this is just a registry thing. It's just going to tell it this is a component, this exists on the page, and that red border means it's there, it's defined, it's actually in the page or present. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get the player. We want to, sorry, I'm just going to have a bit of water. Whew. Yeah, so the next thing we want to do is get the audio element that's on inside the component. So we can do that with the get. So that get there. Or let me know if this is too small. Is it okay? Thumbs up at the back, cool beans. So this is just query selector, just grabbing the audio or the video element if there was one there. And that's going to grab that and put that as like this.player, which is inside the web component. So anytime we say this.player, we can grab the player that's there. The next thing we want to do is I'm going to add a setter. So this will set the duration. So it will set it as a custom property. So it will just put it on there as a style on the actual like web component itself rather than the audio element like directly. That means that we can leverage that like outside of the audio element. So anything inside can kind of use that selector and you can kind of nest in and style stuff. And then the final thing we're going to do is going to use connected callback inside of a web component to actually apply that. So you'll see underneath the audio element, I'm using a pseudo element there to kind of display it. So that 3.6652 blah, 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 is the exact duration of the audio. So that will apply it, and it will listen using duration change. So anytime the duration changes, that means anytime the audio is changed, it will update this. So that's kind of the best way to do it, because that gets like called like when the audio is actually inserted in. So it will work first time and it will work subsequent times when the audio gets changed through the randomization. So let's test. Perfect. Cool. Wow. A demo live. Success. Cool. Okay. So now we've got, that's a web component. We just made a web component together. Don't worry, you uncommented it. It's just like copy from Stack Overflow. Alrighty, so to return back to the context of our little play button and the animating text. So what I've done here is I've I've split out my name into like span elements, and then I'm using a custom property again to kind of mark each element in the index. That's what this is. This whole like stream of garbage here is each span element wrapping each letter of my name, and then you'll see I equals 0 or I equals 1, I equals 2, and it just goes through it and that. So you can utilize, you can understand the order of those elements in the string and then animate them using the animation duration that we've got. So make sure all the code's uncommented. So when we click this, and it is random.
David Darns.
David Darns.
Oh, who's that one? Damn, that's Rob Knight. That's Rob Knight. That one's obviously Untitled Goose. So yeah, so now that will animate perfectly to like in timing with the audio that's like played. I'm really scared about clicking it again because I'm worried it's going to be my dad again. So let's move along.
David Darns.
It's like a gamble, isn't it? All right. How are we doing for time? Dave, are we good for time? He's just checking his emails. It's fine. Are we good for time?
Yes, just how long have you got left?
I've got a couple of minutes.
Yeah, fantastic.
Cool. Cool. Completely lost track of time. But anyway, what I'm just going to explain is about like the scale at which web components can be used, because I've been showing them at a very small scale, like little bits, hence the talk title. But prior to working at Zero Height, I worked on Nord Design System, and Nord Design System is a design system for Nord Health. It's for all sorts of healthcare products. That's both for people and for pets. So yeah, and all the components were built using web components from the ground up. I mean, we did use Lit as a library to help us get there, but everything was built with a web component or web components. And that was for compatibility and versatility, being able to use it inside a framework, outside a framework, in any framework. Asterisk, use the latest version of React if you have to. But yeah, sorry. So as you can imagine, a lot of components, a lot of stuff that's all being like supplied as a web component. And this is one of the projects that I worked on. This is called Provet Cloud. This is for veterinarians, an application that does everything inside of a veterinarian place, so that they do all their finance and their appointments and their bookings and their everything. And this is all web components. And this I find really cool. So you see there's two windows, like both of them resizing. So that's a web component to like send that information using, I think it was local storage or SSH storage, to pass that between them. But the catch here is this is a Nuxt application in this window, which hadn't been released. And the window on the left is a 10-year-old Django application, like over 10 years old. And they both use web components. They both use the identical components. And the implementation of the Django application with web components was weeks. We're talking about to put web components in it from like markup that was a decade or more old. So I find that this is like really powerful like example of using web components, the versatility and how forgiving they are when you drop them into like any sort of markup. Anyway, right, to wrap up, if you want to get in touch, you can do. You can use this link here. There is actually a little like Easter egg. If you want to upload an audio file and maybe do your best impression of my dad, then you are welcome to. There is a little thing in the form where you can upload a file. So yeah. And finally, I need to let people know, because there wasn't cards for everybody on all the seats, but at Zero Height, we are doing a design systems survey. We do it every year. We've been doing it for the last 3 or so years. We want to hear from you folks that are using design systems, using them, building them, especially if you're a developer. We want to hear from you. We want to know how we can help. And not only that, we want to share with the community how you're building design systems, because it will be really valuable to the community. So yeah, but if you need that info, happy to share it afterwards, or during lunch or something like that. I just realized I'm holding you up from all your lunch. What are you talking about? So thank you very much.
I kind of feel that he should press record on his phone and we all shout David Darns at him right now.
I feel like I guarantee I could call my dad now and he'll just yell it down the phone. I don't want to put him on the spot in front of you all.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Brilliant. Lunchtime. Please be back here for 2 o'clock so that we can try and stay on time. We're doing a lot better than previous years, believe me. So, thank you, everybody. It's just /lunch, stateofthebrowsers.com/lunch, and there's loads of suggestions around here. And I've checked that they're all open today, because loads of places around this part of London are actually closed. But all of those places, when I was here a few weeks ago, were all open. So, yeah, I don't just rely on the internet, because it breaks sometimes, and its opening times are not updated on websites.
How dare you?
No. So, go forage, and we'll see you in a little while.
Thank you.
I can't see, the screen is in my face. There we go. Not bad. 2 minutes late, but we'll deal with that, Lloydie. Yeah, well. So, awesome morning. I hope you've all had some lunch. And if you are feeling tired, we've got a solution for that. There is a content warning coming up. There is going to be loud music. And if it's not loud enough, I might scream and get it to be turned up a little louder. But, so there will be loud music. So it turns out we've got a bottle of hot sauce. If anybody likes hot sauce, come and find me, and you can have a bottle of hot sauce. Brilliant. Yeah. It comes from one of our amazing sponsors, Interledger Foundation. So, yeah, hot sauce. Who knew you would come here today and leave with some hot sauce? Anyway. Hot sauce. Okay, so, thank you. So 2 years ago, I went to FFConf, freaking amazing conference. Yeah, absolutely bosses it every year. But we're not here to talk about that. So, and I met my boss, Ruth. We've talked about Ruth. Ruth's watching on the line, so waving at Ruth. Hi. Hi, Ruth. Yes. Hi, Ruth. Cool. So everybody says hello. That's awesome. And she introduced me to Katie. She says, Katie's got an amazing talk. You have to have it state of the browser. And I went, okay. Because Ruth's word is gospel. And then Katie told me what this talk was, and I nearly fell off my seat. If I'd been stood up, I would have fallen over, probably because he made me drink too much gin. But that's another story for the pub later. So, I'm not going to say anything else other than take it away, Katie. Oh. No, sorry. Oh, I'm an idiot. So, I pair all of these speakers with a conference. And now we have Front End North, which is run by Katie and her team. And it is happening, I've got my notes.
July 2025, July the 10th.
July the 10th, 2025. Tickets are not quite yet available, but you can sign up for news. It's in the great city of Sheffield. Sheffield is an awesome city. And the venue is very, very close to the train station, so you can get the last train possible and just walk in and all will be good. But don't do that because it stresses out organisers. Turn up on time, register early, and all of those things. So, yeah, we've got a gang now of conference organisers here. There's like 6 of us. So we're going to waggle our fingers at people who buy their tickets late at the pub. So, anyway, Front End North. Next year, it hasn't happened since 2020, but it's happening again next year, July 2025. Sign up, buy a ticket. Now it's Kate's turn.
Hey everyone, my name's Katie. I'm a senior developer at the Financial Times. And a quick content warning, I'll echo it again. There's going to be loud music and loud noises during and throughout this talk from beginning to end. So, I really like Daft Punk, but you don't have to like Daft Punk to like this talk or appreciate this talk, I promise. This talk isn't really about Daft Punk. This is more about the technology of electronic music, a whirlwind tour of the web audio and web MIDI APIs and what they're capable of, and a reflection on what the web is for. So if you're okay with that, let's go. So just in case you don't know who Daft Punk are, they are a Grammy award-winning electronic music duo from Paris, and they're famous for dressing up as robots while they're performing. And this is the image that most people are familiar with, but what a lot of people don't know is that their career spans nearly 30 years. They are pioneers of French house music, and this is the image that they selected for their 1997 album. And this is the first time you've ever seen them like this, but yeah, they're very good at hiding their identity. Early on in their career, they used synthesizers that were kind of already old in the 90s, including the Roland TR-909 drum machine, which was released in 1983, and the Roland Juno 106, which was released in 1984. And these machines could be found for under £100 second-hand at the time because they were considered old hat, they were old technology. But one thing that they did have, one new technology that would change the music world forever, was MIDI. This is what MIDI cables and ports look like. Nearly all synthesizers have them now, and MIDI cables are very cheap and they're very easy to use. MIDI lets musicians synchronize different machines of different types and different brands, and you can prepare performances at home on a MIDI-enabled sequencer and then mix them live on a synthesizer and a drum machine in a live performance. Synthesizers were a common sight in prog rock bands in the 70s, like Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and slowly they went from being a smaller part in a bigger band to being the band. Bands like Kraftwerk, Pet Shop Boys, Erasure, Orbital, Chemical Brothers, Prodigy, Daft Punk, all of Dave's favourite bands, used synthesizers to revolutionize the way that music was made. And now the Web Audio API and the Web MIDI API integrate analog synthesis and MIDI into the web. These APIs are mere footnotes compared to our day-to-day work, but they are very powerful, they're very creative, and they're a lot of fun to use. So let's explore these technologies by making a complete song. Let's make Daft Punk's 1997 single Around the World. For those in the audience, this is what it sounds like. So where do we start? Well, let's start with this. This is my Arturia KeyStep Pro. This is a MIDI controller and a sequencer. It looks a bit like a keyboard that you'd make music on in your bedroom in the 90s, but it's not. This makes no sound of its own. It has no speakers. It can't make any music on its own. This sends MIDI data to my computer, which is here. MIDI data tells computers, synthesizers, and drum machines which notes to play. MIDI data can even be used to control lighting and visual effects on stage as well. And this really goes to show that MIDI is about message passing and nothing else. So let's hook this up to our web browser using the Web MIDI API, and then we can see what that MIDI data looks like. So let's go down here, and I should have some demos lined up in the sources tab. So here we go. Right, so first thing that we're going to do is we're going to use the MIDI access. We're going to request it from the navigator, navigator.request MIDI access. And then we're going to iterate through the values for device of access. Let's close that and we can make that a bit bigger. Is that big enough for people to see? Cool. Inputs.values. You're almost certainly going to see some typos today, and things are going to go wrong, but we'll try and get through it. Right, next, if the device name equals KeyStep Pro, then we're going to set device.onMIDI message to a callback. And then the message that we get passed in is of type uint8 array, and we want just a normal array. So we're going to create a new object called data equals array.from message. And that should give us all the nice array functions that we want to get access to. And then we're going to put this into my slide. So we're going to use document.query selector. And we want to find that element there. And then we're going to set inner text equal to, come on, message.data.slice03. So that's an array. We just want the first 3 items. So hopefully, if I run that, I get an error. Excellent. Iterate through device of access.inputs.values.
You're not awaiting at the top.
Yep, that's a common one that came up. Well done. Thank you very much. We're going to get through this together. This is hideously complicated. Inputs, access.inputs, values. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Excellent. Right, so MIDI sends a lot of data, including the device name, which we use to iterate through the data. But at its core, it breaks down to 3 values. The first value is the status byte. So if I push down one of the keys, then we get a status for key down, which is 153. And if we lift up, then we get a different one, which is 137. The next, let me see. So yes, the second byte is the data byte, which carries information about the note being pressed. So if I press bottom C, then we get get 36. If we go up a semitone, then we get 37, 38, 39. And then additional parameters may follow. So this could be the velocity. So if I press one of these keys down very slowly, then the third byte should be a very low number, so it's 9 or 1. And if I press it down very quickly, then we get a high number, like 120. And you can write your code to play louder notes if you want to, or you can extend the length of them, and you can be really creative like that. And if you use some of these knob controls up here, then you can get the range of that knob as well. So that's what MIDI data looks like. You don't need any API documentation to learn how this works. It seems really counterintuitive because there's so many MIDI devices out there. But the brilliant thing about these 3 values is that as long as you do the same actions if you do the same action twice on a MIDI controller, you will get the same values. And counterintuitively, this makes MIDI easier to work with because you don't need any API documentation. MIDI is brilliant. I love it to bits. So now that we know how to tell the computer how to make a noise using MIDI, we need to figure out how to make it make that noise. And this is what the Web Audio API is for. The Web Audio workflow, you're going to see me write a lot of code today, but this is what it boils down to. You take an input, you shape it using effects, and then you send it to a destination, which is usually your system audio out, such as your laptop speakers or your headphones. So I'm going to write a lot of code. It boils down to this. You connect nodes together. And this workflow models the way that a real-life analog hardware synthesizer works, where you take an oscillator, you patch between an oscillator and an output, and then you can make some noise. This is how modular synthesizers work. So I mentioned oscillators. Let's start our journey with making an oscillator. Oscillators create an electronic signal that makes noise when you connect them to a loudspeaker. And I've hooked up my real-life synthesizer to an oscilloscope so that you can see the shape of the wave that it's making, the electronic signal, and then you'll be able to hear the sound that it's making. So that's a round sine wave. It's very soft. Sawtooth wave is very sharp. Square wave is like a mixture of the two. And a pulse wave is like a sharp square wave. And you can vary the pulse width to make it sound sharper or softer. You can increase the frequency to play higher notes or lower notes. And by putting this all together, you have the foundations of all electronic music. Was everyone able to hear that? Is it good at the back? Is that good volume? Fantastic, thank you very much. So let's see if we can make an oscillator. Let's go back to my demos. Go to sources, go to oscillators, right. Okay, so just like we requested MIDI access, that was like the gateway for the Web MIDI API. We have another gateway for the Web Audio API, and that is the audio context. So we're going to create a object called context equals new audio context. And this will coordinate all the nodes, all the code we're about to write. So if we want to create an oscillator, then we create a new object called oscillator. New oscillator node. And the first thing that you do when you create a new node in the Web Audio API is that you pass the context in. And that is pretty much the same for every single node, I think, and it coordinates all the nodes together. And then the next argument that gets passed in is a options object. And the oscillator has an option of the type, and we're going to create a sawtooth wave. By default, oscillators start making a noise when you start them, and then they continuously make a noise. And this is the exact same for hardware synthesizers as well. What happens in a hardware synthesizer is that they have gates, electronic gate circuits, which open and close that signal so that when you push a key down, that gate is open, the signal comes through, and you can hear the tone. And we're going to do the same thing. The way we're going to do that is we're going to create a gain node. New gain node, pass in the context. And we're going to set the gain to 0 by default because we don't want to hear it until we push a key down. We'll figure that bit out in a minute. So the next bit is we're going to connect the oscillator to the gain. Connect to the gain.
3 L's in oscillator.
Thank you very much. That was a test. And then we're going to connect the gain to the context destination, which is, by default, your system configured sound out. And then we're going to start the oscillator, oscillator.start. So next, we want to tune the oscillator up and down depending on the key that I've pressed. And we're going to set the oscillator dot frequency dot value equal to, and we want to set that to a value in hertz. So what we want to do is I've got a helper function called MIDI to frequency that I've made myself. And that takes a number value in terms of MIDI, and then that turns that into a number in hertz. And we're going to pass in MIDI data.input. Next, we want to open and close that gate when I push a key down. So we're going to set gain.gain.linear ramp to value at time. That's a really long name of a function. It basically means ramp that value up in a linear motion, just a straight line from one value to the other. And we want to set it to 1 when we push a key down. And I've got a nice little time that I've configured up here, which is the end time, current time plus 0.005 seconds. So we're going to put end there, and then we're going to copy that. And conversely, when we lift the key up, we want to set it to 0. And let's see if I've got this right. No errors, I think. So if it works, we're just about to have a sudden sound. It worked first time. How about that? So hopefully, if I go up in scale, we get higher notes and lower notes. So that's oscillators. That's what oscillators do. Next, let's talk bass lines. So we've got a sound, a basic sound. How do we craft this and turn it into something which is recognizable from the song? Let's see if we can make a bass line. So I've got a different demo, so go to inspect. Oh, hang on, I've got one more thing to show you. Filters. We need to talk about filters. So filters are used to quieten, remove, and accentuate certain frequencies of sound. And they're often used in dance music bass lines. This video shows me patching an oscillator into a filter and then into the output. So we patch from the output of the oscillator into the filter. And we patch the output of the filter into the output. You should take that sharp sound, you should hear it getting softer, and eventually it goes away altogether. What I'm doing there is I'm modulating the cutoff frequency, and that's the frequency of the sounds that it's cutting out. That's what a filter does. So let's see if we can create a filter. Go to sources, bass filter. There we go. So this is mostly the code that we've just written in the demo before, and we're going to create a new filter node. Filter equals new biquad filter node. We're going to pass in the context, and then we're going to pass in the frequency that we want to cut off. We want to cut off at about 144 hertz. And I think that's quite a complicated name. I just think that it means that you can vary the cutoff frequency at 4 different points or something. But that's what that means. So let's see if that works. So that's a lot softer. And if I turn down the octave, turn down the frequency, get a lovely creamy bass line there. That's our bass line. That's our bass line. You might be able to hear audio clicking there. It's because out of the box, the oscillators, when you ramp them up, you get a sudden cut-in of the sound. And I've managed to fix that in the complete demo, but like just out of the box, it can be a little bit fiddly. So that's why you can hear that little clicking. Next, lead. Let's see if we can make the lead part of the melody. So, the lead part of the melody around the world has something called a low-frequency oscillator. And low-frequency oscillators aren't designed to make sound like oscillators do. They are designed to automate parameters of other sounds, because there's some things that you'd like to do, but you literally cannot move the knobs yourselves quick enough. So low-frequency oscillators are used to do that faster and used to automate things. And this video shows me patching the output of a low-frequency oscillator into the pitch parameter of the oscillator, and you'll be able to hear it go up and down. And as I speed it up, increase the frequency, you should hear it go up and down even faster. So, let's see if we can make a low-frequency oscillator. Lead LFO, right, here we go, right. So again, very similar to what we had before, we've got a filter already in place and we want to create a low-frequency oscillator. So we're going to create a new node called LFO equals new oscillator node. One of the great things in the Web Audio API is that low-frequency oscillators are just like any other oscillator. They're just an oscillator with a very low frequency. And that's really, really nice. That's just something that's really elegant that I really like about it. So next, low-frequency oscillators oscillate between 0 and 1 values. And what we want to do is that we want to use the LFO to automate the opening of that filter and move the cutoff frequency. But if we only vary it by 1 hertz, you're not going to be able to hear its effect. So what we want to do is we want to amplify that low frequency oscillator by about 5,000 hertz. So we're going to create a new object called LFO gain, new gain node, pass in the context, and then we want to set the gain to about 5,000. And we're going to connect the LFO to LFO gain. Then we're going to connect LFO gain, connect to the filters frequency property. And then we're going to start the LFO oscillator, so LFO.start. And then, let's see. So you can hear that, that's quite low. Let's go back up a couple of octaves. Hang on. And that's our lead. If I change the frequency of the oscillator, you should be able to hear it change a little bit. So let's change that down to 1 hertz. You should be able to hear the filter cutoff moving slowly. Speed it up again. You can hear it's going. That LFO is modulating the cutoff frequency. So yeah, that is our lead. That is our lead part. Excellent. Right. What's next? Samples. Daft Punk didn't use any samples in around the world, but the drum machines that they used were themselves based on samples. And one of the drum machines that they used was the Roland TR-909, which was made famous by the acid house scene. It's particularly prized by the sound of its cymbals, which you can hear throughout house music and throughout acid house. And they were sampled from real-life hi-hat and crash cymbals. So let's see if we can do some, introduce some samples. So go back to some demos, go to sources, sample. Okay, so Let's see if we can get some samples. So buffer equals await, and we're going to fetch that file there. There we go. Then we're going to take that response, and then we're going to turn that response, say response to array buffer. And then we're going to take the buffer, and then we're going to use the audio context to decode the audio data from the buffer. And what that does is it takes that WAV file from my file, and it turns it into an array of numbers which describe the shape of that wave. And that's brilliant because that puts it into a nice little API which you can code with in JavaScript. You just got to have an array of values which you can change stuff with. So if you want to monkey around with all those numbers, then you can if you want to. We're going to leave it as it is. We're not going to risk breaking anything else in this talk. So we've got that, we've got the buffer, and this function will play whenever it gets a MIDI event from the sequencer. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new, let's see, source equals new audio buffer source node. We're going to pass in the context again, and then we're going to pass in the buffer, and then we're going to connect the source to the destination, and then we're going to start the source node. One pitfall that I fell into when I started learning this stuff is that I thought you'd be able to reuse the audio buffer source node, just rewind it back again and then play it again. But apparently I don't think you can do that. So in my code at the very least, and all the examples that I could find online, you create a new audio buffer source node, and then you throw it away, and then you start again with a new one each time that you need a new sample. So let's see if we can hear a classic 909 clap. There we go. And then use a hi-hat. So there's those famous 909 hi-hats. So that is samples. Vocoders. The most characteristic sound in the song is that robotic voice that you hear, and it's perhaps the instrument that Daft Punk are most associated with, and that is the vocoder. A vocoder is a voice controller that allows you to control the amplification of a synthesizer using the sound of your voice, and it measures the sound of your voice at certain frequencies, and then it uses those frequencies to control a filter or a gate to let those sounds through. Vocoders can either be dedicated instruments, or they can be a feature of a more complete synthesizer like this microKORG, and you can see the microphone on top. According to fans who have tried replicating this sound, Daft Punk didn't actually use a vocoder at all. They think that they used a guitar pedal called a TalkBox. And this is the TalkBox that I've got plugged in here. And with a flick of my switch, I should be able to route my system audio through this TalkBox, and we should hopefully be able to hear a vocoder effect. And about an hour ago, this didn't work, so we'll give it a go. Right, so this is, I need to open the demo. Let's go there. Let's go to inspect. Let's go to sources. Let's go to vocoder. Okay, so by default, it hopefully shouldn't route it through the TalkBox, and we should be able to hear it just as it is. Very, very sharp. Right, we'll see if this works. Okay.
Human, robot, human, robots.
Okay, I'm just going to check that I've got my system audio back. Cool, excellent. Right, so that is the vocoder. So I think we've got pretty much everything that we need. So let's put everything together and we see if we can do a live performance. Reminder, while I'm using this MIDI controller to program everything, this thing is not making any noise at all. It's everything you're about to hear is going to come from the browser. So we'll give this a go. It might take me a few tries to get right, but I'll try my best. Okay. Oops, sorry. There we go. Oops, sorry. I've missed out. I knew I'd get something wrong. Right, okay, let's go. Oh, that's not the right one. Inspect. Let's go to sources. Let's go to the complete demo. We'll try one more time. I'm going to leave open the console so you should be able to see the MIDI data coming through. Right, let's try it one more time. Ooh. Oh, no. Ooh, no. That demo has been keeping me awake at night for the past 2 years. Thank you very much. Right, so let's get rid of that demo. Cool, okay. Right, so that's the Web Audio API. How would I sum up the Web Audio API? It requires a little bit of domain knowledge to get started. It's designed for people who already know how electronic music is made, and that's a bit of a drawback for people if you're just starting out. With that said, it's not that hard to take your first steps. Easy things are easy-ish, and hard things are possible. The drawback for beginners is it's hard to know which is which. It's also not a digital audio workstation. You're not going to get the same kind of production tools, mixing, power, and effects that Logic and Ableton have. But it is excellent for educational and experimental roles, and it's well supported in Chrome, Edge, Safari, and Firefox. MIDI is very well supported in musical hardware, but it is utterly let down by its support in Safari, unfortunately. But it's also excellent for hobbyist development. So, we're coming to the last bit of this talk. What does the web do best? Should we be thinking of integrating the Web Audio API into our sites? Well, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Is it a replacement for serious audio production tools? Again, no. It's not Ableton and it's not Logic. But that doesn't mean that the Web Audio API and the Web MIDI API are worthless. There's a huge community of hobbyist and experimental musicians out there, including people like this. These are circuit benders. Circuit benders make electronic music using scrap, toys, and broken synthesizers. And if they can make music out of rubbish, you can bet someone can make something cool out of a web browser. What makes MIDI so great is it's used by practically everyone, by amateurs and professionals alike. I knew nothing when I started writing this talk about electronic music, and that just goes to show how good an educational tool Web Audio and Web MIDI can be. The web should be the platform of the amateur, of the hobbyist. The auteur's doing something that nobody has ever conceived of before. The web's compatibility, its ubiquity, its accessibility, and its approachability make it the ideal creative platform. And this is a call to Apple to find a way to support Web MIDI on iPads and iPhones. The web and MIDI belong together. This is Dave Smith. Dave Smith was an engineer and founder of Sequential Circuits, and he's also the creator of the Prophet 5, a very famous polyphonic synthesizer. Together with the president of Roland, Iketaro Kakahashi, they created MIDI together. To this day, MIDI remains completely unlicensed. No fees have ever been collected for its creation. This has led to its widespread adoption and its near universal compatibility. Whole industries and art forms exist because of MIDI, and it remains easy to use for beginners and experts alike. And if that sounds familiar to you, then it should do. If you're thinking about the World Wide Web, then you'd be right. Since its creation, Tim Berners-Lee has not collected any fees for creating the World Wide Web. Free and open standards create wealth for all of us. The web has changed all our lives for the better. It's critical that the web remains free, open, and endures as the software platform for the common good. MIDI and the web are naturally allied to each other and deserve to endure together. Thank you very much.
Wow! More! You'll see me, whenever I go to a gig, I'm stood there at the end just shouting more, and the lights are coming on, and the people are brushing up like that. Oh, like that. So, yeah, do it again. Thank you, Katie. I've changed the schedule a tiny bit, but you don't need to worry about that. What it means is, Look at that. There's Casey's. We've now got a break. It's starting. It's going to start 5 minutes earlier than that, so you get a longer break this time. So make sure you're back in here by 3:15, and then we can start the next session. If you're going to be speaking in the next session, please hang around so we can set up your computers. But thank you very much, and thank you, Katie. That was absolutely amazing. Oh, one more thing. So just outside this door, and you'll walk past it if you go out the back way, there is a bin. Can you just make sure there's no rubbish on the floor by your feet and just, respect the place and all of that kind of stuff, because it makes everybody's life easier at the end of the day. Thank you.
I've got a few.
Yeah.
They're all basically controllers. So
Yeah.
like a couple of Akai. I can't remember. Amazing. What else was it? Yeah. So basically, none of them have got any kind of sequencing capability.
Yeah.
I've got notes. I didn't realise that we had a full line of Confidor. Yeah, he's open. You're not.
We're not.
You're not. welcome back. Looks his watch disapprovingly. Hey, thank you very much. So, earlier this year, I went to my favourite conference, and it's not this one. No, you have been. So my favourite conference is a conference called Monkey Gras, and it is a beer and tech conference, and it is 2 days, and they feed you all of the meals throughout the day. And this year, at the end of day one, we all got in a minibus, and they drove us into Hackney. We went to a place called Round Chapel, and there was Afghani food, there was Indian food, there was oysters from Mersey Island, there was a mountain of cheese, and 38 different beers. You understand why it's my favourite conference. So, if you want that spot, just saying. No, don't try. Don't try. And it's called Monkey Gras, and it is very meta. But every talk comes with a different beer, and as the day gets longer, the beers get to 10% and 11%. So for some of you, that's not your thing. For some of us, it's exactly their thing. But anyway, so at this conference, there was a talk from a young lady called Asha, and she was going to come today, but for some reason she's not here. So we've got Gail. And they've come from a company called Code Your Future. And they, I'm not going to tell you about it because Gail's going to tell you about that. But we like to partner with companies and organisations that help people get into our industry. So we partner really well with David Watson, who's sat over there in Prisca, from Greenwich Uni, and they've brought us some lovely volunteers today as well. So that's great. And it blew my mind. We had a talk at London Web Standards a couple of weeks ago about the course that they do. And it turns out it's the only web development course at university in this country, which blew my mind. It's sort of like, what's going on? So, other people, so one of our sponsors called Measured. Paul, you in here? No? Yes? Paul introduced us to some people from a group called Tech Native that help people get into our industry down in Brighton. So talk to these people later. I'm sure they'll come for a drink. The guy is called Pete Goodwin. You here, Pete? Welcome. And they've brought loads of their students, people enrolled on their course today as well. So, and we've given away, like I said, over 40 tickets this year. And I'm delighted that we've done that. And some of you bought those tickets for those people. Some of those came from our sponsors. Some of them just came because I thought they deserve a free ticket because of a reason, so I gave them one. So, I'm not going to waffle on any longer, but we've been pairing talks or speakers with content, with conferences. I haven't got a conference this time. I have got a website. So you probably know this website. David showed it earlier. It's called MDN, Mozilla Developer Network. They are looking for blog writers. I know that Michelle has written for MDN, and they pay for that as well. So if you want to write a blog post, you can send a message to mdn-web-docs@mozilla.com, or talk to me, and I'll make sure that you get the right details. So they're looking for writers to write content for their website. So now I'm going to pass straight over to Gail and let her tell us about Code Your Future.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm not nervous at all. I was told this was it was going to be just a few people. As Dave said, I wasn't supposed to be here. It was supposed to be Afsha, and you got me instead. Those are his words, not mine. but I hope I will do it justice as much as Afsha would have done. So if you bear with me, I'd just like to take 10 minutes of your time and talk to you about this wonderful organization called Code Your Future. So Code Your Future, what are they? Code Your Future is a non-for-profit organization, and the main mission is to train, the training program led by professionals whose aim is to bring positive change to anyone facing barriers to getting the skills needed to find meaningful work. And meaningful work is anything that allows you to apply your skills, your knowledge, do things that you enjoy, things that will also bring you good money and make you live a good life, not, barely above poverty line. And so Code Your Future tries to do that for people, and those people can include refugees, asylum seekers, and everybody else you see on here. The reason being, actually, before I do that, maybe I should tell you why this matters. This is me. As of a couple of years ago, I am one of those people who was long-term unemployed. I was not eligible for any social aid whatsoever, and I wasn't up to date on skills. Now, I know some people might look at me and think, she doesn't look like that. It is a thing we do. We can be biased by looks, by how you talk, how you look, whatever. But I was one of those people, and the reason that I was because I have lived in this country for a good number of years. And then the Home Office lost my passport. They lost my passport, my application, and for the better part of 4 years, I was battling with them, saying, you lost it. They're saying, well, we don't recognize you. And I'm saying, I have every evidence that you lost it. And I have, of course, you apply, you have, there's the system and method of doing things, and it's been done. And I don't know if anybody else has ever experienced that. If you are a migrant into this country, sometimes things happen and it just takes a turn for the worse. And you're sitting there thinking, I don't know what to do. Should I leave? Should I stay? And even if you wanted to leave, you still need your passport. And you're saying to the Home Office, well, you've lost my passport. Can I have it back? What do I need to do? Or give me something that says you've lost it. And they go, no, yeah, whatever. So in the end, you spend thousands of pounds trying to find a lawyer that can then fight your battles for you. And in the midst of all of that, it doesn't mean, because I have studied, I've been to uni, I have a degree, I think I'm intelligent to a degree. But you can't work because you don't have your paperwork complete. You can't do anything. And then they say things like, you're also not eligible for any social aid whatsoever. So on top of the fact that you cannot work to earn money, you don't have any right to any social aid, you then can't, apply to housing or to rent, because landlords get in trouble if they think that you are not eligible for all of that. It is a tough world out there for anyone who experiences anything like that, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So I went on for years and couldn't develop skills because no one wants to do anything with you, because they would have to pay if they're caught training or giving jobs to people who they deem not eligible to do any of those things. And so what do? You can go online. There's only so much you can teach yourself by yourself online via the University of YouTube and the likes of it. But then you still have to put things in practice. But most importantly, you have to earn money. I am a parent and I need to feed my child. It's like, where do you go from there? Fast forward 2 years later, I'm a software engineer now. And as a matter of fact, I'm now working as a director for an amazing organization called Next Tech Girls. I went into this organization on purpose because it's an organization that wanted, the main mission is to bridge the skills and gender gap in the tech industry. So we're trying so hard to work by inspiring the young girls in education today to become tomorrow's women in tech. And I wanted to do that for a number of reasons. Number one, I think that women have got the short end of the straw as a grown woman. And as a grown woman, there's a lot of things that becomes a barrier for you. It's experiences, life experiences, it's the knowledge that you have or don't have, as it were, skills, and so much more. So I'm thinking if we can capture kids from a very early age, i.e. girls, and tell them you can do this, you have the wherewithal to do it, go for it, and start, debunking those myths and stereotypes, it would maybe help them know that as a long-term investment, you should really look into tech and go forth with it, as opposed to doing what I have done, which is become a career switcher is the best they like to, the kind of term they give me. And I sit there thinking, I don't even have a career in the first place. So what am I switching to? But you see, whilst we laugh about this, here's the beauty of it. Code Your Future then made me realize that, as a matter of fact, you did have a career. Because I couldn't work legally, and I can now, by the way. I don't think I can be a director without doing it legally. But anyways, because I couldn't, I went into doing all sorts, and to do them, I had to say, can I volunteer to work for you? I don't know how many people now, right here, if somebody comes to you and says, I can do this for you, but I want cash in hand. A lot of people look at them suspiciously, like, why? I should pay you through a check or a bank. But if you don't have the means to be a legally recognized person in this country, you can't even open a bank account. It is as bad as that. So I walked around looking for work that can pay me either cash, or I say I want to volunteer, just so that I don't go mad in the house doing nothing. But of course, because I've done all of that and nobody's paying me a check every month, I kind of like assumed that meant I don't have skills. It means I've not done anything. So as it were, trying to come to Code Your Future and do, like software development would be my way of saying, now I've got skills. And one of the great things they did for me was say, actually, no, that's wrong. In as much as you've done all the other things you've done, just because you haven't been paid does not mean you've not been developing your skills. So the great thing about what they did for me was that they showed me how to apply all those skills I acquired when nobody was paying me, and attach them to what I'm now doing as a software engineer. So that's just my story. I wanted to share that from the depth of my heart to say, it may seem, or if somebody saw me on the street and the way I talk, they'd think, you've gone to a high-level university. A few people from where I come from, I'm from Nigeria, would say, did you go to like a really posh school? I didn't. But I have been growing, polishing, skills and building myself up any which way I can. And so when you're able to then think outside of the box, like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, software engineering, but all my life I've been doing things as, in media, in events planning. How do I bring that into this? Code Your Future helped me see that. That's just my own story, and it's a success story. Now, if I just share very quickly other stories with you, and I got permission, by the way, before I did this. Madiha's story, who was actually in tech, and then she left for a long time because of family, came back and just couldn't find a job. And every job she's finding is like really below what she's supposed to be at. She had to come to Code Your Future to help her kind of like upskill and get the skills she needed to get back into work. And now she's working for Capgemini. Another one is Sadia's story. Sadia, and again, this is another story about a migrant who's moved over. She's been working in the country where she's from. She's got skills. But of course, translating skills to another country sometimes can be difficult. Translating qualifications as well can also be difficult. So Sadia faced that problem. She also had kids. And so trying to make sure that she could study and gain qualification, all the skills she needed, was a bit difficult. Coming to Code Your Future, however, helped her do that. And it helped her by making sure that Sadia, when it comes to childcare, it wasn't a problem. Code Your Future offered not just laptop for her to study with. I think they also offered internet access as well, transport, as well as childcare. There's a lot of people I could tell you the same story. I've got a couple of my classmates in here today who can testify to that. And being a parent, they did the same for me. In my case, I am so lucky that my little monkey over there is grown, and so he follows me everywhere. And one of the things they did was make sure that if I'm in class, they put him somewhere where, it's not a creche per se, but they kind of like created a creche for me. So what they would do is have volunteers who would entertain him, be with him all day to make sure that I don't get disturbed whatsoever, so I can just focus and study. It takes a lot to do this. It takes, as we say, and as everybody says, it takes a village. In this case, it takes a whole world, as a matter of fact. It takes everyone to be able to find people who would give you their time, people who would give you their knowledge, people who would give you their money and say, hey, whatever you need, as long as it means that you are going to become somebody better than where you're coming from. I could have, by the time my paperwork got sorted, started from scratch and said, you know what, I'm going to go back and maybe, I don't know, clean. I don't have anything against cleaners. I'm just saying, for a parent with a child, that's not going to bring money in for me to look after my child and myself, So it's all those things that Code Your Future does that makes it such a beautiful community for me and an amazing organization for anyone who finds themselves in this kind of situations that I have described. And so with that said, I want you all to know that the beauty of Code Your Future is its diversity. It welcomes everyone and anyone. As long as you say, I need help of any kind, come to Code Your Future, and their doors are always open. One of the things they've told me, and this is what I've graduated, found a job, been working now, but I still have my one-on-one with my buddy via Code Your Future every Tuesday. They told us, we won't let go unless you let go. As long as you're within Code Your Future, it is a lifetime family thing. And that is so beautiful. Because in as much as I studied, and I did well, I did beyond what I expected myself to do. Because I'd never, before Code Your Future, I never thought about, what, if you told me the word coding, I wouldn't know what you meant. And so by the time I had finished, and now I know that, okay, you know what, I'm now a software engineer, it was still scary for me because it's still a new sort of skill set that I don't know if I can do well. They held my hand through my first job, and they're still holding my hand to date. So why am I telling you all of this? I'm telling you all of this because today, this is what I'm looking for Code Your Future. I want all of you, please, to think about your companies and see if your company would be interested in hiring trainee graduates for any role at all within your company. There are so many avenues for hiring graduates. And the graduates from Code Your Future, I may be biased. As a matter of fact, I am biased, but in a good way, in a very good way. Because in my class of 40 ladies, maybe 40, yeah, I think I'm the 40th. Everybody else is like, they're amazing. They are, my classmates are amazing as software developers. They are incredible. So I can testify to that you can hire, your company can hire graduates who are incredibly passionate about what they do. Because we all felt like we didn't have the choice or option. Now that we've been given it, we did the best we can with it. I'm looking for people and companies who can donate to our program, through, to support the trainees. Like I said, it takes a village, right? It takes a whole world, in fact. So we want people who can donate to our program through maybe fundraising activities, donate laptops. We want lecture spaces. So if your company is the type that has a space where you think people can come in and study, can I just add a caveat to that? It must come with coffee and tea. No, it doesn't have to. But lecture spaces, that would be great. Also, we're looking for corporate volunteering. So tech person in leadership who can come to our class and be able to inspire the trainees that we have. So I'm just going to go through this very, very quickly. Diverse talent pipeline, the thing you can get if your company were to partner with Code Your Future. It will help your branding and your PR. And obviously, that means that you're going to look amazing whilst the people who you hire are going to have jobs. And of course, corporate volunteering, this is a good way to get your company staff to volunteer and do something worthwhile. Actually, here, this is Ellie. Ellie trained me a couple of years ago. She's a software engineer herself, and she was my tutor. And I remember having such great difficulty coming to terms with Dom. And she's like, Gail, what's your problem? And then, I kind of thought I figured it out. Then Node.js came up. I'm like, this is evil. We're not doing this. But Ellie made it possible. So this is a good way of, and this is Ellie's testimony. And this is a good way of getting your staff to kind of do something worthwhile whilst feeling good. We've partnered with Capgemini. It's just a quick partner story. Capgemini, Slack, and a few others. There's, a few others here. But this is important to me. I wanted to show you that there are so many different pathways. When I talked about hiring graduates from Code Your Future, these are the different employment paths that you can hire them for. And numbers, I love numbers. I think you do too. Check out all these numbers, which I think are incredible. One of the things that really touched me is the fact that 78% of trainees are from ethnic minorities. I make up one of those numbers. 35% are average age of over 40. Again, that's me. And then, of course, the 40, another one that makes really great impact on me is the 40% female trainees. This is one thing that Code Your Future really, really pushes for, making sure that more than half of their trainees are women. And that's incredible. And so these are some of our partners who are currently working with us. And again, if you partner with us, you can champion social mobility, but most importantly, you're launching careers, not just in tech, but for the future. You're giving somebody or somebodies a job, which is incredible. Take it from a woman who hasn't been in employment for years and years to finally get the opportunity to do so. And in tech, you'll be changing the world. Trust me. And so if you want to learn more, please scan the QR code or talk to me. My name is Gail Thompson-Igwerike. I am now a software engineer. Thank you to Code Your Future. Thanks for listening. Thank you. Wish I could have your power. The clickers. Sorry, I left the clicker on there.
Oh, the clicker's fine. Can you give the mic to Richard? Absolutely. Can I get my slides, please? So, Gail, thank you. That was awesome, inspiring, and that Code Your Future are obviously doing amazing work. So, thank you for coming and sharing those stories with us. So, next up. So, earlier this year, I went for a beer with Dan. You might know Dan Alpakist, who works at Samsung. He stopped working at Samsung. He used to work with Lola. And I was chatting, and he was saying, Dave, you need to come to TPAC. And I says, I want to come to TPAC, but that's going to happen down the road and lots of things like that. And he says, so what have you got coming up for this year? And I told him about State of the Browser, and he's helped fund it. And he says, right, you need to get Lola. You need to get Lola to come, and you need to get her to come and talk about web security. So I sent her a message. And she sent me a message back saying, oh, I'd love to come and talk, and this is what I'm going to come talk about. And when I read the proposal, it was sort of like, whoa, that's bang on message, that's bang on State of the Browser. So she's coming to talk to us about ARIA assistive technologies, and I'm sure that we'll have a much better idea about this after Lola's talk. So what are we pairing Lola with? We are pairing Lola with Beyond Tellerrand. Beyond Tellerrand is just a phenomenal event. It's happening in Berlin, but don't go to that. Go to the one in the UK. Go to Beyond Tellerrand in Dusseldorf next May. Much better time to go. I'm sure Remy will agree with me on that. We'll talk more about that later. But it's a single-track conference. It's 2 days long. It takes place in Dusseldorf and in Berlin. There's about 500 attendees. It's got a really friendly atmosphere. It's just a wonderful experience to be in. And I know that quite a few people in this room have been there before. I can't recommend it highly enough. Yeah, my next note on there is don't go to Beyond Tellerrand in Berlin. Support your local people. But we'll talk more about that maybe in the next presentation. So I'm going to hand over to Lola.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure my coordination's not. Yay! Oh wait, but I need to move it back to my speaker notes. Okay, great. I'm not going to be talking about web security today. I'm going to be talking about accessibility. And I know we've had a few talks about accessibility already, but I'm hoping to bring another perspective to it. Specifically, I want to talk to you about what can be produced inside of the Web Standards Organization beyond just specifications. And so I'm going to be using the REAT program as an example or a case study. My name is Lola Delola, as has been previously mentioned. I have been working in the tech industry for 10 years now. July was my 10th year anniversary. Yeah, thanks. It's funny because I'm also planning my exit, but that's... We can talk about that in the pub. And I came into, I've done many different roles in tech. I've been a software engineer, I have been technical support, and most recently, the next phase of my career was to do web advocacy. And I started that at Samsung Internet, as Dave mentioned, under Dan Appelquist, who is an amazing manager at the time and amazing friend now. And my introduction to web standards was through privacy, which is why I was recommended to talk about security, which they're not the same thing, but they are closely related. And so at Samsung, I really immersed myself into web standards, and I really grew a passion for it. And so since then, which was 2021, since 2020, maybe around there, COVID was still more happening. It's still happening, but we were locked down at the time. Since then, I have really developed a passion for web standards, and it's how I intend to continue my career. And so most recently, I worked for an organization called Boku, And they are hired in collaboration with Meta and some groups, as we'll get into talk, to work on accessibility within web standards. I'm also the founder of Lola's Lab, which is a web standards and web education company. You can speak to me about hiring me and giving me some money later. And cheesecake is bad. I just wanted to throw that in there. I think we should ponder that. I won't go further at this time, but again, we can talk about that in the pub. Can I get a rough idea of how many people here have participated in web standards at all? Okay, cool. I wasn't sure what the turnout would be, so I just wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page about what the W3C is and what web standards are, so that we are all like aware. So when people think about web standards, they really think about accessibility, which makes sense, but it's really not, despite my talk, it's not the only thing that happens in web standards. So Katie earlier on did the web audio API. That stuff happens in web standards as well. Things like WebRTC also happen in web standards. CSS, anyone a fan of CSS? Yeah, like CSS, that stuff gets discussed and decided upon in web standards too. So just to give you a brief overview, we've seen this guy's face like 50 million times today, but we're bringing him back, Tim Berners-Lee. Tim Berners-Lee created the W3C, the Worldwide Consortium, in October of 1994. So this year is the 30th year of the W3C. And it was a space to standardize and build the web. And just to be clear, when I talk about the web, I'm not talking about the internet. The web is not the internet. When I'm talking about the web, I'm talking about anything you can see and interact with in a web browser. So that does not include mobile applications, smart devices, or IoT. Literally, we're talking about Safari and Chrome and Microsoft Edge, things of that nature. So now I want us to do an imagination exercise. I want to create an API. This is going to be a CSS API, maybe, we don't know yet. And the point of this API is to allow web developers to display paranormal activity on the web page. Okay? This is something that's going to like change, revolutionize the web. And the best way for me to do this as the person with the idea is probably to go into the W3C. Now, the journey I would take to do that is to probably start with a community group. In my community group, I would have a variety of different input. I'm going to want this group to be as diverse as possible, right? So in my group, I'm going to want ghosts, probably, maybe some spirits and demons. I'm going to want people who can communicate with ghosts, whoever do that professionally or even as hobbies. I'm also going to want CSS people. People who code in CSS or people who build and work on CSS specifications. I want this group to be diverse. And I also want people who maybe have experienced paranormal activity for themselves. Oh, sorry. And so that felt a bit paranormal. And so the point of this group is basically to decide how this standard should work if it's going to become a thing. How should this specification work? What should it do? There is no expectation to produce anything in this group. It's really a discussion platform, and it is free to participate, which means you don't have to be a member of the W3C to contribute to the work going on in this community group. So one of two things, or really one of three things, can happen within the community group. We can decide that actually we don't need paranormal activity on the web, so we're not going to move forward. We can decide that we do need paranormal activity on the web, but maybe it shouldn't be a standard, maybe it should be some other kind of technical document. Or we can decide it should be a standard, and so we are going to write a draft specification for it. If that's the case, we are then going to move into a working group. And in this working group, the people participating gets a little bit more niche. Really and truly, because you have to pay to participate, it's really going to be member organizations of the W3C. So you're going to see quite a few browser vendors in there, people, representatives maybe from Safari or Chrome or Edge or Vivaldi. You're going to see people, maybe invited experts from the paranormal world. And there is an expectation to produce some kind of document, usually a standard, a specification that has been agreed upon that this is exactly how Detect API should work technically on a very low level.
Sometimes, though, it can be a guide, some kind of educational document, and I am going to give a real example of that later today. So I want to talk about the ARIA AT program. This program comprises of 3 projects. Some people think of it as 2, but I like to think of it as 3 due to some recent developments, positive developments. The goal of the program is for assistive technology vendors to be more interoperable, for developers to more easily create and test accessible web experiences. Can I see a show of hands of people who use assistive technologies? Things like JAWS, things like, who else is there? NVDA, VoiceOver. A small minority of you. Can I see a list of show of hands of people who test their websites for the use of, oh, that's so lovely. You can, the thing is, I can't actually check, so you could all just be lying, but that's fine. So I'm going to go through each of these projects and explain in detail what they are. First up, we have the ARIA Authoring Practices Guide, aka the APG, and I will be referring it as the APG from now on. The APG is educational material, and it is produced in a subgroup of the ARIA working group, which means that most of the participants in this group are member organizations of the W3C. So it's not free to participate. However, the guide themselves are open source, which means that technically anyone can contribute to the guide. You can contribute on GitHub, and we regularly do take external contributions. The point of the ARIA Authoring Practices Guide is that it's a set of commonly used accessible HTML patterns. And so an example of that is alert. This is what alert looks like. As you can see, it's comprised of a number of different elements to create one entire element, kind of a pattern for alert. This might seem similar to web components. This isn't a web component because, as Dave mentioned, a web component is not just the group of elements, but also the stuff with the DOM and all of these other complicated things, which Dave nicely explained and I forgot. Web developers benefit from these guides the most, and these pages get typically hundreds of thousands of views. But more importantly, assistive technology users know that their devices can properly speak the page when we use accessible patterns. As I mentioned, this work happens in the subgroup of the ARIA working group, and it is unique that we do accept input from non-members of the W3C. In the next project is the ARIA testing suite. This is available at aria-at.w3.org, I believe. And who uses MDN regularly? Great. And so at the bottom of MDN pages for web features, you'll usually see the browser compact data, BCD, and it will show you which browser this feature is available. This is very, very similar. This testing suite produces similar data, except what we are testing here is, do these patterns speak similarly enough across assistive technologies? So JAWS in Chrome, NVDA in Firefox, and VoiceOver in Safari, given this alert pattern, should read it similarly. Because imagine how frustrating for those of you who don't use assistive technologies, and I'm sure those of you who do use assistive technologies, how frustrating it is to go from your iPhone, which uses VoiceOver and Safari, and as we know, every browser on iPhone is Safari, on a specific page and to have it read one way, and then go to your Windows computer and use Microsoft Edge and visit that same page and have it read a different way. That can be disorienting, it can be confusing, and it's not a good user experience. So this project displays interoperability data across assistive technologies and browsers, specifically for the patterns in the APG. This work happens in a community group, so anybody can participate in this. The tests are written by test developers at Prime Access Consulting. Tests are run by volunteers, and this benefits web developers because they can see the extent that patterns they use are spoken as expected. And so this is an example of the interoperability data as it is in the testing suite. The alert example is the second one. And as we can see, JAWS in Chrome, it's supported 100%. NVDA in Chrome is supported 100%. And VoiceOver for Mac OS and Safari is supported 100%. And then this is what it then looks like in the APG. This data is the same data we just saw, and this exists on the web page for alert within the APG. And so there's a kind of bi-directional communication happening there where we are creating these accessible patterns, writing tests for them, and then displaying the test data back on the pattern page. So we've spoken about the APG as a set of accessible patterns that web developers can use in their code, and the ARIA AT testing suite as interoperability tests for those patterns. And now we're going to get slightly more technical by speaking about AT driver. So the other two outputs, shall we say, one was an educational resource, one was a testing suite, and this is a specification. It's not yet standardized. We are going through the process of standardization at the moment. The AT driver specification is an automation system that allows the user to collect AT responses from the assistive technology. If anyone's familiar with Selenium in their testing suite, it's a similar thing for assistive technologies. So the specification details how you can possibly open and engage with a JAWS or an NVDA or VoiceOver. There is still work being done. It's not standardized. There's still arguments being had. There's still a lot of drama, but we're working through it. We're working it out. And so this work is being done. This work came about actually in the community group. While we were writing the tests and building the testing suite, it became clear that having an automated way to engage with the assistive technology would be really beneficial, actually. And so Mike, who is my colleague at Boku, a very, very talented and great engineer, and Howard as well, are both leading the charge in that regard, in building that, and obviously the other talented engineers at Boku, just in case anyone from Boku is watching, I love you all. So, but Mike is actually one of the editors of the AT driver specification. And if anyone's familiar with WebDriver BiDi, no? It's kind of what Selenium, it's the specification that underpins Selenium. And so AT driver is the hopefully assistive version of WebDriver BiDi. And so this technology, as I said, came about in the community group. But because we want this to be standardized, we want this to be a technical documentation that underpins anything that, any new technologies that are built to engage with the assistive technology, we have to move this into I'm looking for answers. Working group, thank you, yeah. Woo! Well done, you. So when it was decided we want this to be standardized, we had to look for the best working group to do this work in. You would think that might be the ARIA working group, since this was happening in the ARIA community group. However, there's another group within the W3C that specifically looks at tools and testing for the web. And it's actually the group that authored the WebDriver BiDi group, which, as I said, underpins Selenium. And it's called the Browser Tools and Testing Working Group. And so it was my job, actually, to kind of lobby a bit the group to be like, you should care about this thing. This is a good thing to have. This is a ideal thing. This is the next step. And it involved lots of conversations. It involved giving workshops and detailing what the standard does. It involved answering questions, myself and my colleague Mike. And so the group eventually decided to add it to its charter, and it's now on the, well, it's kind of on the standards track now, yeah. And so the benefit of being in the Browser and Tools and Testing group is that you have a variety of people in the group who are niche specialized, who have niche specialized knowledge. You are working with people who have built other tools such as WebDriver BiDi. You are working with people who have implemented AT driver in some way or some form, or who are interested in implementing it. And you are working with people who are very intimately familiar with testing on the web. And so you can kind of hopefully see how each of these projects are related. APG and the ARIA AT testing suite have a bi-directional relationship. And then AT Driver is used within the ARIA AT testing suite to automate the running of assistive technology tests. And so that has been my talk. I am Lola Odelola. These are all the places you can find me. I'm at Lola Odelola everywhere. I do run my own organization, as I mentioned. You can talk about hiring me or funding projects. I do have a few projects I'd like to run. And yeah, thank you very much.
Super interesting, amazing. Thank you, Lola. Any questions for Lola? The Discord, do post in there and ask follow-up questions. I have got one, and I'm not going to ask it because I'll do it in Discord. Back in March, I went to Brighton to another conference called Patterns Day, and not specifically web focused, more design systems and patterns and pattern libraries and those kind of things. But I loved it. I thought it was a brilliant day, and it changed my way of thinking so radically that I rebuilt my website the next day. I went to Indie Web Camp. Shout out to Indie Web team. Anybody there? Yeah. And I had a wonderful 2 days, sat in a room with fellow geeks, rebuilding my website. And I couldn't express how much fun and great time I had. But Richard gave this talk, which is why I rebuilt my website. I rebuilt a massive chunk of my website. And so I went to Richard in the pub afterwards, after Patterns Day, and I said, oh yeah, you need to come and give that talk at State of the Browser. And he agreed. So we're going to get to see, because I have done half of it, but yeah, I need to remember the rest. But it's such a great talk. Don't forget to check your audio connection. So, what do we partner with this? So, I've got to press this button thing. Oh, Richard. So, FFConf. You've heard me talk about FFConf all day. I love it, mate. Yeah, the community that Remy has built over the many years that he's been running this is just amazing. And I can't wait to go not only this year, but the next year and the year after and the year after and the year after and never, ever stop, mate. It's a one-day, single-track conference because they're the best types, you know. You don't have to choose the room and all of that rubbish. You get to go to Brighton, and it's always sunny at FFConf. It says so on the website. Remy and Julie do an absolute amazing job. They boss that conference. And I look up to it and think, God, I wish I was that good. So thank you, mate. And sorry, Mark, I won't be in Berlin. I'll be in Brighton, mate. But if you live near Berlin, then probably don't get on the plane. Just stay there and go to Beyond Tellerrand instead. I didn't want to tell people not to go to his event because it's awesome. But if you live near Brighton or live in the UK, I'll see you all in November in Brighton. It's on the 8th of November, Friday, and we all go to the beach and paddle in the sea. Is that right? Yeah? Yeah, something like that. So that's our last conference that we're... there's loads of other conferences that do amazing jobs, but we haven't got that many speakers. So anyway, so Richard.
Thank you, Dave. Thumbs up if you can hear me at the back. Excellent, because an amateur, i.e. me, fitted this mic, so just checking. While I'm thanking Dave, can we all thank Dave for today? What an amazing conference. Yeah, incredible set of talks, just great, friendly setup. I cannot believe I've never been here before. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I'm coming back and I'll be buying tickets as soon as they come on sale and not 2 days before. So today I'm going to talk to you. I am aware that this is the last talk, so I am between you and free beer. If you're online, maybe you're already on the beer. Nothing wrong with an afternoon Saturday beer. Of course, you might be Saturday morning where you are. No judgment here, that's fine too. I'm going to talk to you about fluid typography and its role in design systems. So I'm going to try and keep you awake. So I thought I'd start by showing you these magnificent Blue Note jazz album covers. Now, I'm not the world's biggest jazz fan. I do have an appreciation for it. But I do love these covers. And you may have heard of a designer called Reed Miles. It's a great jazz name, but he's not a musician, not even close actually. But he is most famously associated with the designs of the Blue Note covers. And some of his designs are in here. But actually most of these ones were designed by a chap called Paul Bacon in the 1950s. And they set the scene for Reed Miles's work. Now, of course, the sound of Blue Note jazz is as distinctive as the album covers themselves because they feature some of the very best jazz musicians that the world has ever known. And the thing about jazz, especially from this era of the 1950s, the bebop era, is that so much of it is improvised. And the way that that happens is there's a set of agreements amongst the players up front, whether that be time signature, a chord sequence, maybe a melodic hook, a set of agreements and foundations, and then they're away and they can improvise. And just as these harmonics are foundational to jazz improvisation, so we have in our world type, spacing, color being foundational to systematic design. And so long as you have those agreed fundamentals, you can start improvising yourselves and you can riff on designs and keep those designs in harmony with one another. Now, of course, typography and type scales is often associated with music or compared with music, spoken of in the same sort of sentence sometimes. And a scale, as defined or explained by Robert Bringhurst, a Canadian poet and typographer who wrote what some consider the typographer's Bible, The Elements of Typographic Style. He described a scale simply as a prearranged set of harmonic proportions. And this is the classic type scale. The interval is 1.2. That means that each subsequent larger type size is 1.2 times the previous size. And if you've been to an online type scale generator ever, you'll know we also describe type scales in terms of musical terminology. So this interval, 1.2, is also known as a minor third. And the reason these are mathematically equivalent is because the E flat is 1.2 times the frequency of the C, as you would be able to see in Katie's oscilloscope. Now, I think a question we need to ask ourselves is, why do we have a type scale at all? Why do we even have different sizes of type? Let's go back to some basics. Well, the answer is typographic hierarchy. And a hierarchy helps readers understand the text and users understand the user interface. It helps us understand what's most important, what's least important, where new ideas start and begin, where new features start and begin. And we also know that in modern web design, we have different sized text for the same thing on different sized screens. So why would we do that? Well, one of the reasons you would want to do that is if you think about a paperback book. Paperbacks are almost all the same size. The text is almost all the same size, and that's because they're used in the same way. we hold a paperback around about 30 centimetres away from our face and read it, those of you who remember reading paper books. A reference book, such as this, the text is much, much smaller. It's mostly much smaller, so you can fit more text on the page. If you've got text twice the size, you need 4 times as many pages. And because the text is smaller, we're getting close to read it. A cookery book, however, the text is much bigger because we might have it propped up in the kitchen much further away from where we are. And it's further away, so we need to make the text bigger so we can read it more easily. Well, to put it another way.
Okay, one last time. These are small, but the ones out there are far away. Small, far away.
So you can consider text size as an angle rather than a length, a physical length. So if the text is further away, to appear at the same size, the same angle, it needs to be bigger. And as some of you may know, that's actually how deep in the CSS specifications a pixel is defined. It's defined as an angle, not as a physical length. So let's consider our readers. They might be sat at a desk with a large desktop screen positioned far away, maybe 60 centimeters or so, arm's length perhaps, away from their eyes, whereas they may be using a phone, and phones are small. So they're held close when we're reading them. And these might be, you consider these the maximum and minimum extremes of the reading environment, typically. Okay. And that would explain why we want to change the size of our text depending on the size of the screen. But we might also want to use a completely different type scale for different size screens. So why might we want to do that? Well, if you use the same scale on a large screen as on a small one, you start to lose the contrast between the headings. So with these small and large screens here, the text is all the same size for the headings and so on, and yet they look different. So if you exaggerate the size of the headings, then actually those two designs start to look more like the same design, even though they are different. You start to be able to distinguish more easily on that large screen where the headings are and how they are different to each other, whereas you can do that with the smaller differences on a smaller screen. It's just the way that brains work. So when you're designing, you can consider one type scale for your minimum viewport size, i.e. when the things are close and small screens, and a different scale for a maximum viewport size, or when that screen is further away and bigger. So in our case of our small screen, this is the one that we looked at earlier on, we have an interval of 1.2. And then on the maximum screen, the larger one, we have an interval of 1.3, which means the text sizes ramp up quite dramatically, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And here's an example of a real-world responsive web page designed with two separate type scales. So we have one designed for small screens, and then another different scale with bigger increasing text designed for the larger screen. And at some point between the two, the CSS is swapped so that you either get the small text or the large text. And in theory, that CSS is swapped out at the point the design breaks, which is why I consider that is why we call them a break point. So it's great, you've got the same underlying HTML, that doesn't have to change. But of course now you've got two fractured situations, you have got in effect two designs to maintain. And also this approach, as you probably know, is quite blunt. You might end up with a relatively small device, like this one in the middle, showing a typographic scale that's really designed for something bigger. And so at that screen size that's in the middle there, it's starting to fail. So a common solution is to add another breakpoint and a third design for a medium-sized screen. You might consider this at least a few years ago, we might have considered this as designing for a tablet. And like I said, this fractures the situation even further, so now we have 3 designs to look after. And anyway, what scale should I use for that middle one? And how big is a medium-sized screen? And how far away is it? Because with all these different tablets, it's like, well, what do? You start designing for every single permutation and combination? Of course you don't. Because you're going to end up with loads of breakpoints and media queries in an effort to handle them all. But actually, that's what the new Creative Boom website has done. This was released around about Christmas time last year. It's a lovely design, but it has got 5 breakpoints. So for the most part, this works well for the reader. I think it could be a bit improved at the small end, but let's not worry about that. But to manage it must be a bit of a nightmare. I mean, 5 breakpoints means 6 different designs. And in this case, each one, apart from the very smallest, is a fixed width design. So this might be a magazine, and it's a very good one, but the web designer is trying to exert print-like control over everything, and the web's not like that. The web is not delivered in fixed dimensions, at least not fixed dimensions that really we can design for in advance, because your readers have more control over their reading environment than you do, and that is the beauty of the web. That is absolutely how it should be. Now, I'm not here to tear down Creative Boom. It's a really good website. The design's lovely, and it does work quite well, but it must be a bit of a nightmare to actually look after. But seemingly, 5 breakpoints are better than 2. So are 10 breakpoints better than 5? Would that be better? What if you had an infinite number of breakpoints? Will that be better? Well, instead of snapping from one type scale to another, you seamlessly adjusted your typography for each and every screen and window size. And I have noticed that this slide was preempted on the T-shirt there by Dave, which is nice. So that infinite breakpoints you might call fluid typography, which for me is a combination of fluid type and fluid spacing. So let's look at fluid type and see why it makes things easier. Earlier on, we looked at these 2 type scales. One tailored to your minimum size and one tailored to your maximum size of screen. And we can use these pairs of numbers to describe those scales. So we have our viewport size, we have our base body font size, so this is the text size of the paragraphs, so the smallest is 17, and it won't go smaller than that, and the biggest is 20, won't go bigger than that. And then we have our multipliers, our intervals, to give us our 2 different type scales at the 2 extremes. And now to get fluid type, what we need to do is interpolate between those for any given screen or viewport size. So this graph shows you how that might happen, sort of in numbers. So each column of dots there is a type scale. So we have our type scale mapped to our type sizes for our maximum, and then on the left-hand side for the minimum, and then somewhere in the middle is a brand new type scale, a bespoke type scale purely for that size of viewport width, whatever that might be. Now, to put it in practical terms, you just design the extremes. So you design the extremes for your minimum size, and you design the spacing and the type size for your maximum size, and then maths just does the middle bit. Because computers are good at maths. That's not AI bullshit, that's just normal mathematics. And so you can get this, and yes, only designers and maybe some developers sit there resizing browser windows to marvel at their responsive behavior, but hopefully this example shows you that no matter the viewport size, the typography will always look appropriate and always adapt an infinite number of times, just by designing those 2 extremes. You haven't actively designed anything in the middle. So to get that right, it obviously takes, skill and time, but, that's what designers are paid the big bucks for, yeah? No? Can't have everything. But how does this manifest itself? Well, when it comes to the CSS, we kind of only need this. So this one declaration here that says, set the font size to be step 0 on our type scale. So if our type scale goes from 0, which is our body size, you might want -1, so 1 like for small text, up to however many larger headings you want. You can just do this. It's like the paragraph, set it to font size 0, and however big the environment is, the screen is, it's still using type 0, but we're calculating what that is. So similarly, the headings might be on different steps on the scale. So we say, make an H1 step 5, make an H2 step 4, use a utility class if you want to create a step 3 under certain circumstances. But this is, all you need is your CSS to do that. You're just deciding on a scale of 0 to 5, how big do you want the text to be? All the complex interpolation is done under the hood. So I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, where does the value of that custom property actually come from? How does that make the text responsive? Do I have to do some mad maths? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I can help you with that. Introducing Utopia.fyi. So this was developed by James Gilliard and Tris Mudford at Clearleft, company I've founded, design agency in Brighton. But it's free, no strings attached, not trying to sell you anything other than a way of thinking, so I feel okay presenting this to you. We use it all the time, lots of other people do as well. And I'll just show you how to use this and how it can help manifest that fluid type. So Utopia includes a calculator and, crucially, a code generator. So you used Utopia by passing in those values that we looked at earlier on. There's your screen size, your body text size, and your type scale for your minimum and maximum. And then it gives you a set of type scales and the CSS that works with it. So these 7 lines of CSS, these handle all the fluid typography for all the steps that you specify on your type scale, right across the 2 extremes of your design space, just these 7. Now, it looks a bit complicated, but the point is you can just copy and paste it. It's foundational, you don't ever have to change it. And if you have this, then that's all you need to use those custom properties I was showing you earlier on, where you say, make all paragraphs text size 0 on the scale. Now, there's probably quite a few technically minded people and accessibility people in the audience, so you might have seen, yes, this uses clamp function, and when you're using clamp with type sizes, that can be problematic. However, you'll also see that it's using rems rather than pixels, so anytime a user wants to change their default text size, that's handled automatically within this. Also, on the circumstances where clamp does cause a problem, which is basically extreme type scales on very large screens, Utopia will give you a warning if you're setting yourself up for that particular situation. But it's fairly rare, but it is possible, but at least you have the warning to maybe not be quite so radical. But also, you can just switch to old school CSS locks. There's an option to do that. So instead of clamp, it's a more complicated, but again, just copy and paste once job using pre-clamp CSS, if you like. And it's got some options to use containers rather than viewports, plus also exporting as post-CSS or SCSS as well, which Tris has introduced more recently. So there's lots of stuff, flexibility there in terms of how you want to use this, this output. But the important thing is 7 lines, in this case, of CSS, pasted once as a foundational thing you never have to touch again, then gives you the power. So let's think about designing a basic component in a design system or just like on a web page. Now, if the designer and the developer, who may or may not be the same person, are talking to each other and they're both thinking fluid design, the decisions are really quick. It comes down to, again, that heading, on a scale of 0 to 5, how big do you want it to be? Similarly, the paragraph text, the button text, on a scale of 0 to 5, how big do you want it to be? That's as far as the conversation really needs to go. The rest of it is handled because you've got fluidity, you've got responsiveness all built into the back end of it. You just need this simple bits of CSS to make that happen, and it will just work. There's no media queries there. There's nothing like that. And you might notice something else about the cards. The spacing changes too. And rather than jumping at a certain breakpoint, the space can fluidly interpolate between your minimum and maximum as well. Now, in isolation, it might not be so impressive, but across a whole page, the difference is clear. So in this example, each piece of space is accounted for and totally fluid. And that keeps everything in tune regardless of the screen size. And going back to our friend Bringhurst again, he says, add and delete space in measured intervals. And those measured intervals will ordinarily be related to type size. So space in design should have this connection to type size almost always. So you could use the exact same custom properties to set your space, the same type sizes, you know, set a margin to be type size 0, something like that. But for spacing, you'll probably need some finer grain control. So Utopia has a spacing generator as well. And this is based on the type scales that you set in earlier on. And it uses type scales as that basis. But instead of a scale, a modular scale from 0 to 5 or whatever, it uses t-shirt sizes. And those are based on multiples of the base font size. So just in this case, it sets out small as being the base font size, so large is 2 times that size, and so on. So if we look back at these cards, we can just use a space property instead. So this is saying use the small space property that we set up earlier on. And so that automatically makes the padding around the larger card bigger than the smaller card. And that's it. You're just doing it with one line. So again, that conversation is just as simple. It's like, in terms of t-shirt sizes, what do you want the padding to be? Extra small, medium, large? What do you want it to be? And it'll flex automatically across your minimum and maximum design space. But spacing can sometimes be much more dramatic than that. So with Utopia, you can generate these space value pairs so that on a small screen, we have our spacing is medium, but then we say, well, actually, we want it to grow to large on the larger screen, and that's still relative to your type size as well. So you can get more exaggerated changes, which gives some more flexibility with the design. And in fact, Utopia lets you do even more exaggerated ones than that. You can start as extra small at the small end and then make gigantic spacing, 2XL, or go the other way if that's at all helpful. So all the flexibility is in there. And again, we can see one of the uses might be padding around a text. Give you more breathing room on the larger screens. And so this padding, again, is just one line. With this property here, it says, at a minimum extreme, make it small. At a maximum extreme, make it 2XL. So again, we've just got 2 t-shirt sizes to reflect that padding. And so the conversation between designer and developer is really, really simple. And also the design process. Once you've worked out what you want these to be as a designer, it's a simple conversation. And it's not making the design simplistic. It is all related to type, which is how you would design anyway. It's just making it simple. And the idea is that these tokens, these spacing ones, can be used anywhere, really, that you have any kinds of spacing, padding, margins, borders, grid gaps, transforms even, anything that takes a pixel or a rem. So here's the Creative Boom website again. And obviously I couldn't help myself, I had to rebuild it. I've got nothing to do with Creative Boom, but you know. I rebuilt an article page using the fluid layout and typography that we've just been looking at. So there's no media queries here, there's no breakpoints, it's completely fluid from small to big, trying to map the designer's intent in the process. So although I did build this from scratch, it does show that you can retrospectively apply fluid typography to a design, but it's much easier and quicker to do it from the beginning. As it is with lots of things, you know, accessibility and so on is not a bolt-on, it's something you think about from the beginning, and so is fluid type. So I did a bit more detailed write-up of how I went about doing that. That's on my blog, which I've got a link to at the end. So for all this to work, it's vital, like I keep saying, that the designer and developer are talking the same language. So you both need to be talking in type steps and t-shirt sizes for spacing. And as Tris, one of the developers behind Utopia, said, a common language, in particular, reduces doubt around the understanding of design intention. So nothing gets lost in that conversation. And to help that, James and Tris, who are the developer and designer behind Utopia, have created some plugins and some design files for Figma. These are free, you'll be able to find them to get you started with the process within Figma as well, to help the designer be working in that same process. So again, that conversation, that language is the same between everyone. And they've written on the blog exactly how to use them and so on. So going back to jazz, as I said, the players agree on a time signature, a key and chord structure, and a melodic hook. And those are the foundations that allow them to improvise in harmony with each other, play together, improvising new passages of music, but staying coherent. And, as I said, that harmonic structure in jazz is mirrored by spacing, type, and color in design. These are the agreed standards from which everything else flows. And again, it takes time and skill to get foundations right, but once you have foundations right, then you can just build and build on top of that. And so, like Miles Davis, you are free to improvise. So let's just briefly look at how fluid typography might get implemented in a real-world design system. This is the design system Clearleft helped put together for UCL. We worked with their team there to do that. And if we look in, we'll see there's foundations. You won't be able to read it unless you're right at the front on the left-hand side, but there's color, accessibility, icons, writing, space, typography, the sorts of things that you would expect in a design system. And in the typography page, here are the type steps that we were talking about earlier on, how they're defined for this particular website, and similarly space tokens as well. So when we look at a component, like our friend the promo card, we can go and have a look at Storybook, where the code is held, and see how this manifests itself. So here you have some simple HTML with some utility classes saying step 3, step 1. So we've just got those utility classes there saying how big those bits of text should be. Dead simple. And then the CSS handles the spacing. So again, we've got a padding of going large to extra large, medium to extra small, to extra large, and space of medium happening there. And this is all the fluidity, you know, that's all there is with these. There's no worry about how that's going to be handled. There's no media queries built into this for that component. It's all handled by that foundational 7 lines, well, probably twice that because you've got the spacing, but you get the idea, of CSS that sits in a much more foundational part of it. So when they're designing components like this, the conversation genuinely is, what t-shirt size for that spacing? On a scale of 0 to 5, what's the type size? And you get that responsive design just built into the component. So by building fluidity into the foundations, the designer and developer of future components can play together and riff off that simple shared language, that shared foundation. So you get consistency, you get ease of use, all the promises that a design system might bring. And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Oh, where's my phone? My notes. It says, "Thank you, Richard." Can I get my slides, please? Awesome. Right, I'm going to go over here. If you've got any questions for Richard, just chuck them in the Discord, and he'll pick up those later, or talk to him in the pub. But the Discord is great because some people are not here in person. So, you've got a little bit of me before we go to the pub, so I'm sorry about that. So, I'm going to wrap up very, very quickly because I'm thirsty. I think that's how you describe it. So, don't panic, and support the ecosystem. Build accessible. Come on. Fight the fight. Build web components. Make music in your browsers, just for fun. Support new members of our community. Support standards. And rebuild your website fluidly. I love Utopia. It's not the first time we've heard about Utopia at this event. I know that Andy Bell of Erasure came here a couple of years ago, and he specifically told everybody to use Utopia. I'm sure that David is going to go back, and if they're not already teaching their students Utopia, they'll be talking about that, and it'll be into their syllabus as well. So, few more things before we get. So, if you've never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you're doing it wrong. Come find me in the pub later and I'll give you a copy of that book. It is amazing. It will change your life. It's wonderful. So, few thank yous, I believe. Oh, of course, don't panic and use web standards. Oh. Anyway, thank you to our sponsors. 20i gave us a bunch of money, and they had done some. This wouldn't happen with our sponsors. You know that. Google developers. Come on. Oh, I think the battery's gone. It's all the way up there in that room over there. Hey, Chrome developers. Great content. And then we've got Be Inclusive, Interledger Foundation, Netlify, Tetralogical. We've also got Bluefly Digital, Measured, Open Ideas, Polypane, Set Studio, Sanity. Is it Sanity? Yeah. TPGI, Vivaldi Browser, and Here in the Ive. Thank you to all of those people. Thank you to our publicists. They just help us get out the word about what we're doing, and because we're not a marketing engine. So thank you to all of those people. Thank you to our speakers, David, Gail, Katie, Lola, Rich, Stephanie, happy wedding anniversary, Steve, and Stuart. Thank you to our backups, just in case something happened and we died. So thank you, Jeremy, for agreeing to talk if somebody fell off the stage or became ill or whatever. Thank you to Uncle Bruce for agreeing, although the proviso was, but don't get ill, Dave. So, yeah, there we go. But thank you both for supporting us. It means a lot because a couple of years ago, you may know that we lost a speaker 2 days before the event, and I had to phone somebody up on their holiday and said, best come home, mate. Anyway, Thank you to Diane for getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and typing everybody's words over there. You probably heard that, Diane, but everybody clapped. And that applause was for you, so thank you very much. Thank you to our volunteers that came from Greenwich Universities. We've got Yinka, Assurance, and Peterson. They're going to help us get out of this room in a moment. I'll give you some instructions on how to deal with that. Are they here? Are they in the room now? I can see somebody is. Yeah. Thank you to my fellow organisers, Lana, Chris, who's been doing website updates over in Singapore. He emigrated last year, but he can't stop helping. He's great. Hi, Chris. Thank you for everything you've done, mate. Thank you to Janestra, and thank you to Hannah. And thank you to Rupert. Rupert kept us all together years ago, and he's no longer with us, but he comes every year to State of the Browser because he means so fucking much to me. And the other week, I went to another conference, Design Systems Day by GDS in Liverpool, and I met somebody that used to work with Rupert, and we had a long chat and a little bit of a cry and raised glasses and all of that. So, Rupert. So, if you're watching at home, well done. You've probably been drinking beer since 9 o'clock this morning or whatever time you got up in America. But that didn't happen by magic. That happened by our friends in that box at the room, at the back over there. I'm waving to them. I'm sure they're waving back. Nick and Pete. And I'm sure Nick is actually doing all of this operating via his Vision Pro. It was quite weird seeing Pete waving his arms around earlier, but it was quite interesting. So thank you to those guys. And thank you to every single one of these people on there, because without you coming here, the speakers would just be talking to me, and that wouldn't be as much fun for them. So I'm sorry if your name's not on there, but it's because you bought a ticket way too late and you miss out. Sorry, mate. I think there's 3 names missing. Everybody's looking for their name now. Anyway, cool. So we'd like some feedback. It's just a website, stateofthebrowser.com/feedback, and all you've got to do is fill in the form. It just goes to us, and we don't share anybody's data. People have asked for it, and it's sort of like, no, mate, you're not having it. We only use that data to help improve the event, and we might email you about a future event that's going to happen. So, future events that might happen very soon is in July, thanks to David and the team from Greenwich, we restarted London Web Standards, and we had our first meetup in ages, and we had 2 amazing talks. And we had 2 amazing lightning talks from people that had never, ever spoken before, and they were students of Greenwich University. So we may email you about London Web Standards. We hopefully got a meetup in October and one in November. Waiting on confirmation and somebody to go and say yes. But as soon as we know about that, we'll tell you. We need speakers for these. If you've never spoken before and you want to speak, I cannot highly recommend enough Melinda's services. Where's Melinda? She's in the room over here. She did some work with HEDA, and I'm sure he could echo what I'm saying. She will help coaching speakers. So if you want to learn, I don't know, how can I improve my slides, how can I improve my presentation techniques, and all sorts of things like that, and team buildings and have a look at her website. It's great. Melinda does great stuff. She's supported us for years and years and years, and I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for us. So, come to Web Standards. We go to the pub afterwards, after we've had a few great talks. But if you're interested in talking, just send us a message, organisers @ or send us a message on Mastodon, and we'll get back to you and we'll try and make that happen. Priska, are you going to talk? I'm sure that you just put your hand up then. David's been saying, get Priska to talk, get Priska to talk. And it's at your work. You don't even have to go anywhere. Anyway, go. Come on. See you next year. So, this is not true. Actually, I will see you in Brighton, or I will see you in Leeds, or I will see you in Bristol, or I will see you in Amsterdam, or I will see you in Dusseldorf. I will see you at any of these other conferences that happen. They're all great events. It turns out that they're all kind of around the same time, certainly some of them. So, the first ever State of Browser happened in April, at a time where there was a desert of conferences. So we're thinking of moving back to March, April time. If we did that, can you just put up your hand if you would come? Right, okay. I've got a date. I'll tell you in a pub maybe. But Emma, consider it booked. Okay, so we're going to go to the pub. On your way out, there'll be some of our volunteers by just outside this door. If you can put these lanyard things, just this bit, you can keep the floppy disk. Do not put this floppy disk into your computer. Do not make it read anything. If you want to try, what happens is it installs some software on your computer, and the next time you log into your bank, it transfers all your money to Dave. So, up to you. Don't put it in your computer, is my advice. But you've been warned. So, but if we can get the lanyards back and chuck them in this box on your way out, that would be brilliant, because it's another cost that we don't have to deal with. There is a pub, it's around the corner, it's called the Old Fountain. Once you put your lanyard, you can take it home if you really want. One of our volunteers will give you one of these. It's called a drinks token, and you can swap it for a drink. You cannot swap it for a bottle of champagne or a quadruple vodka or anything like that. Don't go over a tenner, please, because it will hurt. It will physically hurt. And I don't know if that's going to be me or you, but it will hurt. So, we've got a drink, thanks to our sponsors and lots of different things. So, come and have a drink with us. They do great food. They've got an array of different types of drinks. You can have non-alcoholic, you can have alcoholic, you've got loads of different beers, and they're really, really supportive of what we're doing, and we've got the whole place to ourselves until 8 o'clock. After 8 o'clock, some other people may come in and join, but we'll be fine. Okay, thank you very much. See you again. I don't know how many times I've dropped my phone today.